So for these three, we're going to ask Treasury to withhold again for the next payments on 12 March. So it is working, but we're just going to have to get them every time withhold, then they'll pay us. Going to the following one, we also asked Matibeng at National Treasury to withhold the Matibeng equitable share. But as I said, they sent a letter to Matibeng and asked them is there any reason not to withhold. And Matibeng came back with a court order. So there's a bit of history here. In June last year, Vaal Central sent out a restriction notice to say they're going to restrict the water in Matibeng. Matibeng then went to court on an urgent basis to stop Vaal Central from restricting the water. The court then decided their judgment was that must be an arbitrator must be appointed. No water restrictions should take place, but then also that the municipalities should pay 12 million a month. Now, 12 million a month is not helping us. The total bill is 69 million. And to get only 12 million, unfortunately, Vaal Central won't have enough money to continue to buy chemicals, pay the electricity. So we're going backwards. This is not helping us. So we spoke to National Treasury and they're going to reconsider that now, looking at now. The Constitution overrides any court order or anything, and this withholding is according to the Constitution. So we're hopeful that this time around it will be withheld for Matibeng as well. Just on the following page, so we've increased now. We're going to be withholding again for them. Those four of the five that we didn't, or three we did, but they only paid for 1 month. And then there's a couple of extra ones as well. Other municipalities on the same thing. So we've applied to National Treasury to withhold these, and the payment will be in the 12th of March. Hopefully we're going to see the same success as we did with the previous ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I quickly ask, is there any questions from colleagues on this matter before we go to the water boards, or would you wait till later on to ask the questions as well? Honourable Moore?
Thank you, Chair. No, thank you. Just briefly, it's great to see some movement, although obviously the concern is the lack of progress. I just wanted to ask as a to understand how they're treating things differently. So Tabazimbi paid in full, so it's on the program. But as we're looking in later, we're going to be looking at the Magalies Water program. I see that Tabazimbi we're taking intervention on, but Makasi Hills, which owes more money to Magalies Water, has a larger current debt, isn't on this list for action. And I just, as a principal thing, I'd like to understand why Tabazimbi and not others have been allocated in this initial set of 5. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we be answered on that question?
Thank you very much. When our minister started in the beginning of August, we started with Sunday evening meetings with the premier of the provinces, with the MECs. And at one of the first meetings, it was with Vaal Central, with Makwazi Hills. And at that meeting, Makwazi Hills promised to pay, promised to reach an agreement. And as a result of that meeting, the very next week, they reached a new agreement with the Vaal Central, with Magalies Water, and they've been adhering to that since then. So it is a bigger figure, but thanks to our minister's intervention, we don't need to withhold water. They are adhering to the new agreement.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, are you happy with the answer?
Very satisfied. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Ditebe?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings once more to the Minister, Deputies, DG, the team, honourable members. Chairperson, thank you very much for bringing this ahead of all other items. You will remember that I specifically, in the last meeting, asked that this matter be dealt with for exactly the concerns that are now quite clear or are being confirmed by the information we've received. And thanks to the department for following through with the minister's leadership there. First thing, Chairperson, is it just technically in terms of 2163, in terms of which this particular action has been taken, when is the department expecting that we will have to come back. I remember, I think we did this back in November, just so that if we have the sort of challenges such as those in Machabeng, where, in my view, some frivolous and vexatious legal action or litigation is being taken to avoid doing the right thing. When those kinds of things happen, that we are able to continue supporting the department by invoking the relevant section of the Constitution, because, as you know, this cannot go on ad infinitum. At some point, they've got to seek a mandate, if you like, from us, etc. And we are agreed. That's the first thing. The second one is, when do they expect this particular one of Machaveng to be resolved? Chairperson, I think the presentation did say that there are water restrictions. I agree with that. And that's why I earlier agreed with Honorable Rady that, we assist with these things. So when do we expect this to be resolved? Because we don't want these never-ending litigations. As a matter of fact, Chair, if you minus the debt of Machabeng to Val Central, it owes many other entities. And so you could say it's a technically bankrupt municipality. But, this attitude doesn't help us, that they go on this way. And we've got to find a lasting solution to this. It cannot be that we take decisions in the interest of the entities, the Val Central. We've already said that even if Mangaung or some Nala or some other municipality in the Free State were to continue paying their accounts, if one municipality as big as Machabeng, for example, which is home to 462,000 people and certainly owes 7 billion rand upwards, is not playing its role, it may very well bring all these other municipalities that are doing their bit to honor their accounts down, and along with communities in the whole of the Free State. So those would be my two questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, would you like to answer?
Thank you very much to you, Chair, and to honorable member. The matter with Machabeng in particular is quite complicated. When one sphere of government decides to go to court when they have not honored what they are supposed to do, we could not be seen working or defying the court
the creative financial means that we can use to recover municipal debt while ensuring that essential services continue. And I'd like to very quickly mention some of these so that the DG and the Minister could take note of them. I see they've already implemented the question of structured repayment agreements, where municipalities embark upon payment plans, where they enter into binding repayment agreements with the National Treasury and creditors. This will ensure a gradual debt repayment. But I think we should also look at incentives for compliance. Now, when I served on the Umgeni Water Board, what we would do with debt is we would park off the interests and we will encourage municipalities to pay the debt off in agreed terms so that that interest could be waived. Now, these are incentives that we could introduce to municipalities to encourage them to pay. Also, direct deductions from equitable share. Instead of withholding the full allocation, a portion of the equitable share can be ring-fenced and directly transferred to settle debts with service providers like the water boards. This ensures that municipalities will remain financially viable while honoring their obligations. Chair, I'm afraid that while we might be solving one problem, and that is the recovery of debt, we are creating a huge problem on the other side, and that problem will be felt by communities, and we in turn will face the brunt of it. So finally, Chair, the issue of a performance-based grant system. I think this is what we need to introduce, where we convert a part of the equitable share and we can make representations to Treasury into a performance-based grant, where continued disbursements depends on municipalities meeting debt repayment milestones. And non-compliant municipalities will receive funds in tranches linked to specific financial recovery actions. I think these are sort of creative ways in which we can encourage municipalities to pay their debts while at the same time ensuring that the equitable share is still flowing to the municipality to attend to other more pressing issues. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Reddy. Yes, Honourable Reddy, we don't take, well, the department is not asking for all the equitable share, only a portion of that. Minister, would you like to comment on this? This is a suggestion, but would you like to comment on this?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have looked at all the options. This was the last option that we could have embarked on. We do have all that what Honourable Reddy is saying. Pity that he joined the committee a little bit later. Members of this committee knows very well that we've made a commitment to waive the interest. We made a commitment to cancel the old debts if the municipalities are committed and they are paying. But what has pushed us is that most of these municipalities renegated from what they've agreed upon. So we had no other option except to ensure that a portion of this equitable share is withheld so as to enforce them to be able to pay. We note what Honourable Reddy is saying, but we've done everything, all those so-called suggestions that he's mentioning here. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. Are you satisfied? I think it is because you came late to the committee. We had previous discussions even with the Auditor General as well as National Treasury on this matter. But I think you are 100% correct. That is not the only means of getting money. You satisfied with the answer?
I am, Chair, and in fact, I am quite impressed. Thank you very much. I'm glad that we have explored every avenue. I hope we looked at issues like Section 139 of the Constitution, where you can intervene, also things like debt swap agreements. But what I would do is I'll prepare a report, which I'll submit to yourself. And with I've got a whole lot, in the interest of time, I didn't want to go into details of these. And I'll also look at what you've done so far and see if there's no overlaps in that. Let me present it to the department and let's see how we could find a way forward. I think we're all on the same page on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Reddy. Colleagues, I don't see any other hands. I'm going to move on now to the first water board under point 4, Amatola Water Board. I just want to make a request. We have read this document. Please don't go through this page by page. You've got to use the highlights. You've got 20 minutes. I'm really going to stop you after 20 minutes. The idea here is for members of parliament to ask you questions for clarity as well as other questions. So please don't go through this on page by page, except that we have read all these documents that you have sent us, and just deal with the highlights in this report. Can I then ask the Minister, before that, I see the hand of Honourable Moore. Honourable Moore, is there anything that you would like to ask before we start with the water boards?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I've gone through the presentations, and each of the presentations starts with a significant amount of the corporate jargon, pictures, talking about their infrastructure, etc., etc. Whilst those are always appreciated, an easy step to make use of the 20 minutes productively would be to skip that and assume we have read it, because it isn't the first time we're seeing it. I'm sure it won't be the last time we're seeing it. And in some of the presentations, it's particularly extensive. If we could get to the meat of the performance, that would be very useful to the committee. Thanks, Chair.
I agree, Chair. Fully agree.
Thank you very much. I hope the water boards understand what we are saying. So please, you've got 20 minutes to do your presentation. And as the Honourable Moore has said, you don't need to tell us about the history. Some of us have been here for many years and we have seen this for many times. So over to you, Minister. Are you going to lead this presentation with the water boards? Thank you, Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. To respect your time, let's allow the water boards to make their presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Over to the water board.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. This is Gaster Shapley, Chair of Amatola Water Board. Chair, we're going to start, if we can start on slide 4. I will literally just take about 6 minutes and deal only with the necessary parts of the presentation. Just on a high level, some of the achievements of the Water Board is that the completion of the lower level scheme of phase 3, the improvement of our audit outcomes. There is still some work to do around our audit, but we are actively making sure that we can get to a clean audit. And then also the filling of executives and key management posts. Last year we filled 3 executive posts, and we've now got a full complement of executives, which has helped with stabilizing, at least in the management, the approval of the infrastructure master plan, and also the Amatola Water crisis readiness strategy has been approved. The Chair,
so that the members could see who is speaking, if you don't mind. And for the other water boards, it's the same, please. Thank you. My apology. You can continue.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Honourable members and Honourable Chair and Minister and Deputy Ministers, some of the challenges we have as I was also saying that the Minister, we are thankful that in November, we have a full complement also of board members, which is also assisting in stabilizing the institution, which has had quite a bit of turmoil in recent times. Challenges, the recovery of the historical municipal debt. We are working with a plan, particularly Amatola District Municipality is our biggest debt, and we are speaking to them to try and come to some agreement that we look at the integrity of the debt, and also how there is a recovery or a payment plan that has been signed by them, and they're paying it off monthly. However, it is compromising their current cost of running business with us. And then the recurring financial deficits. As a board, we currently running at a loss, and our target is to at least get to break even within the next year. And it's going to be one of the things that we've decided to do to prioritize is just closing the leaks, because we're losing a lot of water, and that's where most of our expenditure is going into. And then the stagnant revenue growth and aging infrastructure characterized by the increase of water losses and service interruptions. We also, the infrastructure that is aging, and some of the areas that we are servicing, we're saying instead of trying to increase volumes, we want to rather make sure that we have a credible quality service that we provide. Our priorities to exploring renewable energy alternatives. Currently, what we also have done is we've got drone protection of our water purification plants to make sure that we protect from vandalism. A review of the organizational policies and delegations of authority. We are grateful to the chair of Rand Water, who came down and workshopped the new board on the delegations of authority and policies, and gave us a good induction on what the responsibilities are of the board. The finalization of the review of the organizational structure. We're also saying, Honorable Chair, honorable members, that in the organizational structure, we want to on core business, and rather than being institutionally strong, we make sure that we focus on core business. Then sourcing of funding for infrastructure development. Our relationship with the municipalities is our focus, and to make sure that within their IDPs, they prioritize bulk infrastructure. Implementation of the financial recovery plan. And as I said earlier, Honorable Minister and Honorable Chair, that we want to try and get to a break even. And we have a roadmap in place for the next 24 months, and by breaking even at least within the first 12 months. And then expanding the Eastern Cape footprint. It's our desire to be a wall-to-wall board, and also to extend ourselves and rebrand into becoming an Eastern Cape water board. If we can go down to...
Chairperson, I beg your pardon, please. We are getting feedback of staff falling, somebody working. I don't know whether it's from the end of the presenter. I don't know. Maybe if that could be controlled.
Okay. Let me change my location, Chair. My sincere, humble apology.
You can also now put off your camera. Maybe that will also assist you with your bandwidth.
Okay.
You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, we're just going to go to the next slide that we're going to deal with. Okay. Slide 36. We'll go straight to slide 36, if it's okay. My sincere apology about the acoustics, Honorable Chair. Slide 36 is going to be my last slide, but our priorities as the Amatola Water Board is, one, we want to strengthen compliance and performance management, and in particular, we want to stabilize the institution. There's been a lot of turmoil in the institution, and we want to try and create that stability. And one of the key driving forces of stability is we preaching the slogan of stay in your lane, that the board maintains its responsibility and without encroaching in the responsibilities of management, and management takes up their responsibility of managing the administration. We're also saying we continue to refine the compliance and performance management framework to ensure that the credible performance, accurate reporting is substantiated. What we've noticed as a board is that there has been a level, and excuse the expression, malicious compliance when it comes to reporting. We're now testing the integrity of the information that is being submitted. Just in the last board meeting, we were sitting with 74 matters arising, and we're saying the board's involvement in running the actual business is overreach, and we're going to pull that back to make sure that we play our role of oversight and allow management to make decisions. The second one is to adopting a monthly performance monitoring practice to enhance the timelines and accuracy of performance tracking. In November, as a board, we went on a site visit to see why we are where we are, and to see the physically the impact that the decisions of the board have on the actual operations. And we went to Nahoon Dam, and it was quite an informative experience. Address financial viability. I've spoken, Honorable Chair, to this. I'm not going to repeat it, but we're saying that we definitely, as a board, want to maintain or reduce the cost of doing business. And then number three, to enhance the operational efficiency. We seem to have pockets of excellence within our operations, and we want to encourage that by rather increasing the amount of support that we can give those pockets of excellence. And then exploring the innovative solutions, such as deploying the advanced security technology. And on all our sites, we have this drone surveillance, and it has come in, it's really reduced vandalism significantly. Number four, to strengthen stakeholder relations and continue to engage with stakeholders, including communities, government entities, and suppliers. We also want to change the conversation with ADM and our main key clients, that there's an open door policy, that we both want to find solutions to the impasse of the debt recovery, rather than blaming each other. And there is consensus, particularly from ADM, that the door is open and the conversation is going to be on resolving the matter to both of our interests as the two institutions. Build strong relationships to support the organization's objectives, particularly in funding support, compliance, and community outreach. Honorable Chair, honorable members, our Minister and Deputy Ministers, we are committed as a board we recognize the challenges that our board has had in the past, and we are mindful of the fact that we don't want to be defensive or protective or try and make excuses, but rather take the challenges head on and make sure that we transform the Amatola Water Board to become a functional, profitable, and reliable board of choice or supplier of choice to the municipalities in the Eastern Cape. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for keeping to the time limit. The next board that is on is Magalies. But just before Magalies go on, I just wish to ask Magalies in their presentation also just to look at page 29, where we've got the cost of chemicals. You indicate it's 89.7%, and that should be a mistake. Well, that is a mistake, because if you add up all the percentages, you don't get, you get much more than 100%. So please, if you do your presentation, just rectify that or explain that to me if I'm wrong. Thank you very much. Magalies, Minister, would you start with this? Thank you.
No, Chair, as I indicated earlier on, let's allow all the boards. Then I'll come in if there is a need after they've all presented. Thank you, Chair.
Take note. Thank you, Minister. Magalies, you can continue.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good greetings to the Chairperson, portfolio committee members, honorable ministers, DMs, and all protocol observed. I'm also going to try to save time, Honorable Chair, and I'll go straight to slide number 20, which gives us our performance over the 5-year period. If you can move to that slide. Honorable Chair, it's not this slide. Can you move on to the slide 20, please? The graph shows that we have been getting over 90% in terms of performance over the years, for the past 5 years. And it also shows that we have been getting a clean audit, Honorable Chair. It's only for the last 2 financial years whereby we got an unqualified audit opinion. And this was the 2022-23, and the last financial year. And mainly, Chair, this was due to just one matter that was raised in the 2022-2023 for the disestablishment of Citibank and incorporations to Magalies. And also in the previous financial year, it was just one matter of emphasis that was raised, which gave us an unqualified audit opinion, which was mainly the interest that was charged by Fall Central, which was not included in our AFS at the end of the financial year. Chair, we are working very hard to make sure that we close this audit findings and get to where we normally belong, which is a clean audit. If we move on to slide 20, which is discussing the governance structure, Chair. And on this slide, we are indicating that we have a fully fledged board, and that is appointed in December 2022. So they still have a considerable number of years. We have a board charter that is developed, and it's aligned to Kin 4, and the board is functioning according to it, Chair. And we have a functional board. The next slide, which is of importance, slide 22, which is on the executive structure. Chair, we have 2 positions that are vacant, which is the CE and the Chief Audit Executive. The appointment and recruitment process is underway, and we believe that this should be finalized by April of this financial year, Chair, with all the approval processes that need to follow, Chair. We can move on to slide 25, which is giving an overview in terms of our employment report, Chair. As we can see that in that slide, we have a staff complement of 679. We have an imbalanced staff of 70-30, Chair. We are putting in plans to make sure that we achieve a 50-50. Previously, prior to the establishment of Citibank and incorporating it to Magalies, we were at 50-50 in terms of male and female, Chair. But now our structure is a bit skewed in terms of 70-30, and measures are put in place to make sure that we address that. If we move on to slide 28, Chair, which gives the financial performance. If you can move to the next slide. Chair, this depicts a picture that our revenue trend has been increasing over the years for the past 5 years. There was a big jump between the 2022 and 2023 financial year, and mainly this was at the time of taking over Citibank and incorporating it to Magalies. So that is why the big jump from 900 to 1.8 billion. So the big jump in the past financial year, Chair, it was mainly due to the changing of the financial reporting, adopting GRAP 11. So that is why there was a big jump. If you move on to the next slide, which looks at the cost of sale, Chair. The chemicals will just correct it quickly, Chair. I thought CFO will just come in on that, but yeah, we'll just correct it. The figure S89 is not correct, Chair. It should be in the region of around 29 or so, but it is one of the major contributors in terms of our cost of sale. Also, electricity is also the major contributor in terms of the cost of sale, and the raw water, Chair. So those are the main contributors in terms of our cost of sale. I'll also like to save time and move on to slide 32, which looks at our irregular expenditure, Chair. And if you look at the trend, we have about a figure of around 115 million for irregular expenditure, Chair. And I would like to report that this is emanating from just one transaction, which is a capital project. Chair, in the previous financial year, there was a disagreement with the AG on this matter, and it was only confirmed in the last financial year during the audit process after we received clarification from the National Treasury on this matter, because we did seek Treasury's explanation in terms of how we interpreting it and how AG is interpreting it, Chair. So the matter, Chair, has been now brought to the Finance Misconduct Committee for investigation, and once that investigation has been done, the due processes in terms of the Treasury guidelines will be followed. If there is going to be any consequence management, we will implement that according to the recommendation of the report. If you move on to slide 33, which is the next slide, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair. This one, Chair, the first one is overpayment on a capital project. The matter has been fully investigated, and it is now in the court for recovery, Chair. We have instituted some legal process to recover those overpayment, Chair. And then we also followed the disciplinary processes for all those that were involved on these transactions, Chair. The 2.3 relates to penalties on the VAT returns, and we are doing an investigation to make sure that we follow the due processes of consequence management and also condonation through the National Treasury processes, Chair. If we move on to slide 34, which is the debt owed, Chair. We are reporting here that in terms of the Section 29 activities, we are owed close to 1 billion, and the main contributors being the municipalities that have already been mentioned earlier on. And we have a payment agreement with all these municipalities, and they are adhering to the payment plan, Chair. If you move on to the next slide, slide 35, we are owed close to 1.5, and this is mainly on the Section 30 activities, which is the secondary activities. The major contributors here, Chair, it's Dr. Ruth and Ngaka Muduru Molema, and those matters is the matters that Mr. Nell indicated earlier on, that because the municipalities are not prepared to enter into a payment agreement, we are going to now the option of withholding the equitable share after we have exhausted all the IGR processes. There was an intervention by the Minister, the Premier, MEC, and board had several engagements, Chair, but these municipalities are still reluctant in terms of entering the payment agreement, Chair. And then the next few slides, Chair, in terms of our projects, they just depict some of the projects that we are implementing, Chair. And mainly these CAPEX projects are implemented to address the long-term sustainability to balance the water demand and water supply within our supply area. we also aiming to address issues of reliability, and we also addressing the issues of treatment efficiency on the projects that we are implementing. I'm not going to go one by one on those projects, Chair, but one particular project of interest, Chair, that I'll mention is the Bratz Water Treatment Plant upgrade, Chair, to say that as the board, we have put in effort to make sure that this project is completed by the end of this financial year. So the plans are that by June, we should be completed with this project, Chair, and I can say that we have achieved some considerable progress after the intervention by the minister and the DM in terms of the delays that we're experiencing on this project. And the project is now moving, and with the intervention and the board oversight that is being implemented on this project, we believe that we should be able to complete this project by this year, Chair, by June. This is slide 55. If we move on to slide 61, which gives just the overall challenges in terms of the critical risk that we are experienced with as the organization, and that is mainly the issues of sustainability due to debt, whereby the municipalities are not paying us on time, Chair. So those are the top risks that we are experiencing as the organization. The inability to grow and sustain the business, and also the deteriorating raw water quality, Chair. We mainly relying on the return flow from Gauteng, and some of the municipalities are not managing their system the way they are supposed to manage, and the water, the quality that we receive is very poor, and that is why we are is increasing our chemical cost, as we have depicted earlier, Chair. Chair, if we move on to the next slide, which is slide 62. This slide, Chair, it's just a summary of the challenges that we are experiencing, and some of the measures that we are putting to address those challenges. Go to slide 63. The next slide. Okay, there's a slide on the recommendations, Chair. I think it was missed. Chair, mainly we are just recommending that the portfolio committee note our performance, and also note the escalating debt from municipalities, and also those municipalities that we call them delinquent municipalities, Ngaka and Dr. Ruth, that are not prepared to sign a payment agreement, Chair. And also just note that other municipalities on the Section 29 activities are currently paying as per the payment agreement, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Magalies. Can we then move to Rand Water?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ramadeo Munyakol. I'm the chairperson of Rand Water. I will request the CE, because our presentation is quite long, I'll request the Group Chief Executive, Dr. Musai, to take us through the highlights of our performance, achievements and challenges. And then if I need to come back, I'll come back. Dr. Musai, through you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning to you. The Chair of the Committee, the Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Sipho Musai. I'm the Group Chief Executive. If your permission, Chair, because of bandwidth, could you allow me to switch off the camera? Just if we can move on to, I think, slide number 6 that talks to the performance. I think the first few slides talk about our operations. The slide before this one, please. In terms of our business model, of course, ours is to supply water, but I think the part that is also equally important is with respect to the quality. In the year under review, the water that we supply was in total compliant with SANS 241 standard. South African drinking water quality standards, but we also test our water against the World Health Organization standards and the Environmental Protection Agency of the United States and the United Nations World Health Drinking Water Standards. I'm happy to report that we were compliant with all those parameters. On the quantity side, in terms of infrastructure, I'm pleased and proud to report that in the end review, we built the biggest post-tension pre-stressed concrete reservoir in the world at 210 megaliters of water a day. Sorry, not a day, but storage. The second being in Saudi Arabia. But this actually won the 2022 International Fulton Award of infrastructure greater than 100 million rand of project value. But also most importantly, as we've always been awarded the top 4 status of the top 4 utility in the world by Global Water Awards in 2024 and the Public Water Agency. We're really proud of this achievement in the sense that it pegs us against the best in the world, not only in the continent or in South Africa. And indeed, Water was one of the nominees of the top 4 utilities as a public agency for the 2024 award, alongside the USA, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia utility. If we can move on to the next slide. In this slide, this is just high-level consolidated operational highlights from the numbers point of view. Top line increasing by 11.42% to just under 22 billion rand. We spent just under 85 million, just to be precise, 84 million on the corporate social investment. I've already talked about the water quality. Most importantly for us, in terms of our long-term infrastructure, we use long-term liabilities. We borrow money in this Johannesburg Security Exchange. I'm happy to report that Fitch has confirmed our positive outlook in that regard, which makes it easy for us to borrow money in the marketplace. And we have achieved unqualified audit opinion outcome, and then we supplied 4,765 milliliters of water a day, and we peaked at just under 5,200 megaliters of water a day. If we can move on to the next slide quickly, please. We can jump this one. I think here we're indicating that we interface with about 17,000 participants in terms of water conservation and demand management project. Just in terms of the highlights in this slide, we measure ourselves against 6 capitals in terms of our value creation model that looks at the financial capital. You'll see there, we're very pleased in the under review, we improve our EBITDA from 3.3 billion to 3.9 billion, which was a big concern in the last year. That shows we're making slight improvements in terms of debtors owed to us. Human capital, staff turnover of about 2% against a target of 5%. So we have a very low staff turnover against the staff complement of just about 3,600. Intellectual capital, I think the investment on our innovation is indicated, have just borne fruit in terms of the being nominated as a top 4 utility in the world. Social relationship and capital, our engagements, together with the investment that we've made with regards to our Rainwater Foundation, that is our corporate social investment vehicle. I'm happy to also report that in terms of the capital, manufactured capital rather, we are seeing our assets growing to now 30.9 billion. And in the under review, we added just 1.8 billion to our balance sheet. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is part of our corporate social investment. That 84 million in this slide, we indicate that it mostly go to water, sanitation, and hygiene program. But we also see other, if like foundation or corporate social investment, giving us their money to roll in, to to also implement the corporate social activities on their behalf, rehabilitation of wetlands and so forth. We call that secondary activities. We were able to solve 7.3 billion. This augurs well with our foundation strategy to be a social enterprise going forward and not be solely dependent on funding from the group. Next slide. Pictorially, these are the activities in terms of our contribution to corporate social investment. We also go into the municipality, for example, as part of our CSI, help with water leaks and community supply over and above other corporate social investment initiatives. Next slide. These are the operational highlights in total. You'll see in here we're reflecting 12 of them. They were all achieved. They range from unqualified audit opinion, bulk water provision. We also, though our non-revenue is very low, we get measured against avoidable water losses achieved. Our BE targets were achieved, attendance to the board meetings, submission of the reports, the targets that we have set ourselves in terms of CSI, the contracts we have into the municipalities, and most importantly, customer satisfaction, the target was achieved. And then we do also set ourselves targets to provide support to other municipalities. In the year under review, it was 2, we achieved 3. If you can move on to the next slide, please. In here, this is targets operational highlights related to the cloud program. That include apex targets on core business and expansion projects that was achieved, and we also have a target that talks to completion of projects on schedule that was achieved. But what I wanted to highlight here, repairs and maintenance expenditure, the target of 95%, but we spent more than what we had budgeted. I think, as you would have seen in the media, in the last year, we really put a lot of weight behind our repairs and maintenance. And we believe that we're making significant inroads to get South Africans to understand that maintenance is equally important. It's a necessary but important convenience. We had a target that we've not achieved around repeat audit finding. It's a minor one. We have since addressed it going forward. Next slide. These are operational or financial highlights rather. You will see very quickly here in terms of primary activities, we achieved our targets on GP and NP. Secondary activities, similarly, we achieved those targets. Return on assets, target achieved. Current ratio, we did not achieve it because we had a lot more assets than what we were expected to have to cover our current liabilities. So it is a good one not to achieve. But other than that, I think we have sufficient current assets to cover our current liabilities, sitting at 3.84, more than 3.3 that is set for ourselves. That equity was achieved. As it has been highlighted in this committee, debtors days still remains our Achilles heel. We had a target of 70 days, but we are paid only after 110 days for reasons that have been ventilated in this committee, not only today, but before today, because our top line is driven by water that we supplied to municipalities at a tariff, and late payments do and have affected our debtors days. Thank you. Next slide. These are all the KPIs that we have achieved that are related to our people. We believe we are what we are because of our people, various targets that we have set. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but they have been achieved in terms of training, in terms of recruitment of females, and of course, as I indicated, staff turnover. You can jump this one. Here we also now diving into the details of progress of our numbers over a period of time, also emphasizing our margins from one year to the other. Similar to all water boards, we are a function of a tariff and a volume. In fact, in the year under review, we have supplied record volumes of water quarter on quarter, way beyond what we had budgeted. And then we saw that coming out into not only our top line, but our bottom line, a net profit increase of 29% to 4.6 billion. It's a function of volumes of water that we sell. We're adding more water, particularly here in Gauteng, and then it comes out in the wash in our numbers. Next slide. Despite the fact that we have debtors days challenges, we do collect at about 91%, specifically in the year under review, but we still remain concerned in terms of our expected credit loss that is going the wrong way. You'll see from 2020 it was 1.4, now it's sitting at 2.5 billion. This is a matter of concern because it affects our EBITDA, but not only that, it creates question marks in terms of our participation in the debt market, and it will make us going forward slightly more expensive to borrow that money. So the matter of debtors days still remain our concern. When we close the year, we have an overdue debt of 5.7 billion. And the DG and Paul have indicated some of those municipalities that we're really grappling with as we close the year under review. So this slide is on credit management. If we can move on to the next slide. Yeah, here very quickly, it's our balance sheet flexibility in terms of our redemption of our bonds. And because of sound financial prudency, we have been able to redeem our bonds, R21 and R23 in December 2023. Because we borrow money in the marketplace, we need to be able to run our books efficiently so that we repay that. But what we're also showing in terms of our DMTN program, we still have a headroom of about 6.852 billion after we have issued 3.148 billion bonds, and we have committed facility of 1.5. As I move towards closure, I'm happy to report that we closed the year with a total liquidity of 13 billion. Next slide. I talked about maintenance that we undertook in June, July, and December. It went well, and it's part of our KPIs that we set. Risks, obviously, on a yearly basis, we craft a strategic risks register. The boards and the subcommittee look at this on a quarterly basis. It moves from one quarter to another with respect to residual risk. But what you see here, it's really those risks that are important for us in terms of the inherency, and we put mitigation measures towards it. The encroachment of pipes, it's actually important, and we're seeing it in number 2 in the next few slides. We show pictorially these challenges associated with that risk. If you can move on. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. These are the pictures in relation to our strategic risk. Move on, please. Next slide. Yeah, in going forward, as I get off the floor, we plan to spend about 27 billion. That is total augmentation, renewal, and movable assets. But in terms of the augmentation and renewable, we're sitting at 23 billion. What we will be focusing on, which is what we want to launch before the end of this financial year, is the 450 million liters a day scheme that augments the 150 million liters a day project that we completed last year to give us an a total of 600 million liters of water a day that we're putting into the system as part of the Gerbosch 5A augmentation. Next slide. In here, we talk about where we're going to be putting money. in the next year and the next 5 years, mostly on pipelines. Next slide. And I've already talked about this. Chair will continue to make investments on our infrastructure. On the right are the new reservoirs that we have planned in the next 5 years to store a lot more water than we are, over and above the purification works that I've already explained that improves water supply to our customers. Next slide. Our innovation will also put it ahead of ourselves from Rural Water Institute. We're going to be focusing on this project that you're seeing here. Next slide. And then we'll continue to also, as far as innovation is concerned, partner with other institutions through our professional chairs to investigate some of the innovations and measures that we can put in place to improve our lot going forward. Next slide, please. Next slide. Our academy technical school is well on its way. We will complete it in the next few years. Next slide. Next slide. In terms of, as I conclude, Chair, from our debtors days and the challenge related to the municipality, we've spoken about this. We're just waiting for a Section 54 approval for Mfuleni, but we've got other municipalities that are lined up that want to participate in this model. This, we believe, will go a long way in assisting our debtors days. We're working with municipalities to recover the debt, to augment their infrastructure, to get the whole system going. We have explained this at length in the previous session. I'm not going to do that, but suffice it to say that will be a focus area in the next 12 months and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on to the next presentation?
Thank you very much, Chair, and Ranini Pepuya, Chairperson of Lepelle Northern Water Board. Greetings to you, greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, greetings to our Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, my fellow chairpersons and CEOs and the staff. Chair, let me allow Dr. Cornelius Raiders, our CEO, to give highlights of a positive progression of Lepelle Northern Water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, the DG, Chairs of Boards and colleagues. I will just go, Chair, as indicated, to the main aspects. If we can go to the next one, next slide. I'm not going to go through all of that. If we can go to through the mission, the values, things. All of these are in the presentation. Continue until we just want to come to the some of the business principles until we come to the predetermined objectives. Just wanted to indicate there. Thank you. Just this slide, the management. Can we just go back one? Sorry. It's just that we have one vacancy, and that is now the executive manager for operation and maintenance. We also need to then have the new positions that we have to fill. Thank you. If I can just, in terms of, I'm not going to go into the primary role and secondary role because we all know why the water boards are here, not into the legislative mandates and policies, because that is what we all know and what the portfolio committee is here. Next slide. The strategic objectives, we've got 5, and then the provision of the equitable, the bulk water services, and then the infrastructure, and then the other core one is the financial viability, sustainability. And then the last is basically to make sure that the efficient and effective organizational development and then the governance. So those are the strategic objectives for Lepelle Northern Water as an entity within Lepelle, to make sure that in terms of the sustainable supply of water to the communities. Can we go to the next? I'm not going to go into detail in terms of the predetermined objectives. These are all contained in our shareholder compact and also in the signed what we have for this financial year, and then what we also for the new financial year. Can we go next to the next one? I just want to go to the successes and the strategic next, please. These are all contained within our presentation that we provided. Next one. What is of importance, if I can just go one back, in terms of the financial, this one more back, sorry, one back in terms of the financials, but we will get to that, Chair. In terms of where we are as an organization, we have an unqualified audit for the last financial year. We're aiming for clean audit. There were just a small number of issues. There was one repeat finding, so therefore that really, in terms of our hope to get the clean audit, and then also that our expenditure is really under control within the organization, and also that in terms of the we have improved our collection rate, and then also improved our debt equity, and also the one area that we are struggling in, Chair, that I will show now is with regard to the debtors' days, and that is synonymous with all the other water boards, whereas the aspects in terms of the payment by our clients, specifically the Water Services Authority, and we do have a really extensive number of debtors' days, over 400. That as an impact in terms of the financials of the organization. Can we go to the next? I'm not going to through all of this. The next one. Thank you. Next one. Here, this is what I want to, Chairperson, and what we want to focus on, is that we have really substantially improved the financial position of Lepelle Northern Water since 2021-22 financial year. And we have now, in terms of our total revenue that we've collected, it's over 1.6 billion, and it's closer now to 1.8 billion. And that is in terms of the efforts that what we put in place, in terms of the collection that we have with the Water Service Authority, also the new service level agreements that what we have signed with Mopani District Municipality, that they are servicing their current debt, and also with Vembe District Municipality, where that is also now that they're paying. But one of the problems is that there is an erratic payment by Vembe District Municipality, although they do pay, but they don't service their current account consistently as what they're supposed to serve. The area where we have a challenge in terms of our revenue is with Sekhukhune District Municipality, where there is not a servicing of the historic debt, and also to the extent with their current debt. And that is one of the aspects that the minister, when we've had the meeting in October last year, this was one of the areas that we focus on, and what is a commitment from the municipalities. Also, 2 weeks ago, we had an engagement with the Premier of the province in terms of the status of the debt, but also in terms of the overall performance in terms of water supply within the province. And if you can see in terms of where we're aiming in terms of the next 5 years, it's a very stable, but also one of the aspects that we need to focus on is that how do we also in terms of our expenditure, and specifically the cost of electricity and the cost of chemicals that have a huge impact in terms of the operational expenditure of the organization to take into account, but also the labor. But yet, in terms of where we are, this is where we have stabilized the organization going forward, that is financially stable and financially viable, to make sure that the organization is in terms of well off for the number of years to come. The next slide. And what we also, in terms of increasing our capital program, capital expenditure. We were to the total of 2.1 billion. And that is also in terms of the work that what we envisage, the work that we put in place, but also here we're looking in terms of the supply also to Polokwane, the new infrastructure also for Guyani, and then also the other related work that we need to do for in the Sekhukhune district municipality. This is one area that we working still on to make sure that where we can increase the capital, but as now it's at this point that the organization in terms of the financial position and in terms of the investments that we're making in terms of the assets, and also to maintain the assets that what we have our assets are over 5 billion at the moment compared to where it was 3 to 4 years ago, where it was standing at around about plus minus 2 billion. So this is in terms of the capital, as I've indicated, we still in terms of our investment and overall of the organization in terms of the outer years of our investment that we need to put in more to make sure that the footprint of Lepelle is increased, but also in terms of the provision of infrastructure. The next, I'm not going to go into detail, but these are our strategic risks. We have one of the main aspects is that the aging infrastructure, and that is what we're doing at the moment, specifically the replacement of this aging infrastructure, and also to make sure that we rehabilitate and replacement program is in line with our approved budget, and this is one of the major focus and drives that what we have at this point in time, and in terms of also our focus. What is also one of the challenges that what we have is the high demand that exceeds the availability in terms of the raw water allocation. And specifically, if you look at the challenges that we face within Polokwane, where there is only about 50% in terms of the provision, in terms of the demand that is there at the moment, and that demand is ever growing, and therefore the investment into the upgrading of the systems now in terms of the Ebenezer Funds program and other interventions to meet the demand. And then I've already indicated the aspects of the non-payment, and then continuous our controls to be implemented, and then also the issues of cyber security. Thank you. The next slide. The successes and challenges of media elections. Success, Simon, we've completed the Nandoni and Sami project, supply of raw water to the Mopani district municipality. This is one of the achievements that then they could have upgraded the Sami water treatment works, that we then in terms of the supply to the reticulation work to supply the villages within for the 55 villages within the Mopani district municipality in terms of the reticulation program. The SPECON line that ensure the reliable water supply to Polokwane that I've indicated. Then with completion of the Kambaku Bambanana project, that is also in terms of the water supply for the Greater Zanin municipality. And to date, the financial sustainability, as I've indicated and what I've demonstrated in terms of where the organization is at the moment, and in terms of the cash equivalent of 1.2 billion that what the organization is now enjoying. Unqualified audit opinion, we had zero fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 23-24 financial year. That is an achievement, Chair and Honourable Minister. The challenges in intervention, as we said, the payment agreement, specifically the Sekhukhune district municipality in here, as we've indicated, the Premier's office is involved with the challenges that are there within Sekhukhune district municipality, and also from the board, the chair of the board, that we making sure that in terms of the debt of Sekhukhune District Municipality water security. There's a major in terms of the water availability from the demand and conservation within the province at large, and then the coordinated planning and implementation of projects. And here that's between the water services authority, the bulk water supply, and then within the province at large. And this is now coming to fruition. Also with the coordinated approach that was also launched last week Friday under the Provincial Department of COGSTA, that is the Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement and Traditional Affairs in the province, in terms of to have the coordinated implementation for and to make sure in terms of the water supply with the Departments of Water and Sanitation. One of the other aspects is the issues at local government level, planning from or issues in terms of the traditional leaders, councils, and local municipalities, the uncoordinated approach in terms of the allocations of land and or for development, and that have a severe impact in terms of the encroachment into our servitudes. As with the other water boards, the aspects of illegal connections and vandalism, we have launched a week ago with the Premier of Limpopo, where we have gone out in terms of identifying to show where and to disconnect all the illegal connections and where the vandalism, and also to make sure that we involve our security, specifically South African Police Force, and then also the continuous monitoring with the latest technology to make sure that we minimize illegal connections and vandalism. And there was, but we've improved now with regard to the non-performance of contractors, and that has been one of the successes what we had now with the implementation of our projects. Thank you. The next slide. This is the debt aid analysis, Chair and Honourable Minister. We have presented to yourself, Honourable Minister, and to the department. And what we can see that the three big debtors for Lepelle Northern Water, there's a Mopani District Municipality. As we said, now we have concluded a service level agreement with them, and they are servicing their debt on a regular basis. There's just still one aspect that there is a disagreement between Mopani and Greater Letaba Municipality in terms of the debt and how that needs to be serviced and to be taken over. And then the other one is I've labored the point about Sekhukhune District, so I'm not going to go further with regard to that. And in terms of the focus that we have, in terms of the energy that we put in with regard to Sekhukhune to make sure that they service the debt. And then Wembe District Municipality, we have signed the agreement, but the commitment to the regular payment, that's where the challenge is. All the others is just they are looking after the accounts, and those are small amounts, and as I've indicated, just a greater Letaba that what we attending to. So we have then balance as it stands as it was then opening on the 30th, the total now is 812 million in terms of the debt owed to Lepelle Northern Water. Thank you. The next slide. Conclusion, Chair. It is our commitment to make sure that we expand in terms of our coverage, in terms of water supply throughout Lepelle, throughout the areas of Lepelle Northern Water, but also those areas that are underserved, and also to maintain the uninterrupted supply. And this is the commitment to make sure in terms of the constitutional and human rights obligation with regard to the supply of the basic services within the service area of Lepelle Northern Water. With that, Chair, Honourable Minister, Deputy Ministers and colleagues, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Lepelle, for your presentation. I now hand over to the Minister. Minister, would you like to add something to these presentations by the water boards?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think they've presented the state of affairs, and I must say to you, Chair, we have met with the water boards on several times. We have looked at their annual report. We have commented on it. We have assisted them on a turnaround. In terms of the Amatola Water Board Chair, Amatola Water Board, as you know, that there's been some a lack of commitment by the board and some infightings in that board. We have since stabilized the board already, as you might be aware, Chair, that both Lepelle North as well as Amatola Board, the term of office is about to expire, but we are on top of the issues to ensure that we stabilize all our boards, notwithstanding the challenges in terms of what is owed to them by the municipalities. But I must say, Chair, there is a lot of great improvement in all our water boards, and we are putting our eye on them in ensuring that we assist them. But thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister. Colleagues, it's now time for members to ask questions. May I just ask that you indicate to who you ask the questions. Can I ask that we limit the questions to 3 questions, and then we can, if there is still questions, go for a second round. So can I get hands to see who would like to ask the first question? Honorable Dlelanga, you are the first, followed by Honorable Ramahila, and then the balance as the hands are coming up. Honorable Member, 3 questions, and we will then just indicate to who you asked the question so that we could make sure that we get the right board to answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning to the Minister and Deputy Ministers, you, Chair, and all other members, including our support staff. Let me greet all the leadership of these water boards that have presented to us today. Chair, I suspect that where I'm connected in the same city with the Amatola Water. Therefore, my question will focus on them today, Chair. But I'll take one for the Magalies seat. It's only 3 questions, Chair, as we requested. On the Amatola Water, the biggest issue that they spoke about is the non-payment, in particular by Amatola District Municipality. And what was raised was that they are speaking with Amatola. But what I think we're not getting as the portfolio committee is that what is the response of the Amatola on their engagements, and when they commit to make payment. That's the first one on Amatola. The second one, Chair, is on the organza structure. They say that now they want to focus more on core business, which I applaud them for that. But they leave us also with another gap, that how far they are in that process. Moving quickly, Chair, to the last one, which will be my third question, and the last one on the Magalies seat. The Magalies seat have identified challenges that you must notice the portfolio committee. And they listed those challenges, which we indeed, I can say that we have noted them. But out of those challenges, they've not, or to me, it hasn't been clear on how they're addressing those challenges. I would like to get a clarity on how they're addressing those challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amatola. There was 2 questions for you. Can you answer those?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers. On the first one, there is a resolution by the Amatola District Municipality on the 6th of December, where they granted the approval for the extension of the relationship until the 30th of June 2027. And then also there's another council resolution that agrees on a payment plan of 35 million to be made each time the equitable share tranche is received, and also 4 million will be paid on a monthly basis. On the second question, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, the organizational structure that we're currently reviewing, by the end of June, is our deadline to complete the review. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Rand Water, the Magalies City one.
Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair. My name is Keneilo Sebeko. I'm the chairperson of Magalies Water. I just want to quickly respond to the honorable member in terms of our identified challenges. Within our presentation, we have mentioned the sort of things that we do. The main one being the escalating debt book. We are doing several things, and we have taken a decision as the board to further strengthen our stakeholder engagements. So we are engaging our municipalities, and we are giving them offerings such as writing off the interest if they pay their historic debt in full, and so forth. Within the organization itself, we have got several teams that are on a daily basis working on revenue collection and engaging municipalities. I would like the acting CEO to add to that, if he may. Thank you very much, with your permission, sir.
Can I quickly just say the question was Magalies City, and if I'm not mistaken, Magalies City is with Rand Water, or I'm wrong.
Chairperson, I think Honorable Dlelane made a mistake.
Yes.
Because it's only Magalies who presented, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The other challenges that we highlighted was on the cash flow challenge. And on this, the measures that we have included or that we are implementing currently is mainly to intensify on our collection in terms of what is owed to us. And our collection rate has really improved to about 95% in terms of the invoicing. It's mainly the long outstanding debt that we still have a challenge on, especially from the 2 major delinquent municipalities who have not signed a payment agreement. And hence we have taken a step to escalate the matter to National Treasury for stopping the equitable share so that they can enter into a sustainable payment agreement, Chair. On the deteriorating raw water quality, we are implementing some innovative measures from our plans to make sure that we can deal with this deteriorating raw water quality. We have implemented technologies like the nanobubble technology, which is mainly addressing issues of oxidation of the high ammonia content that we see in the water that is receiving from city of Tshwane. We have also just engaged with the city to just make sure that they also improve on their treatment processes. And I must say, Chair, that in the month of January, we've seen some improvement on the raw water quality with some of the interventions that the city committed to implement, and they are implementing, and we see some improvement, Chair. Other measures that we're putting, it's on the chlorine dioxide, Chair, mainly to oxidize the manganese that we see in the water that we are receiving, Chair. So those are some of the measures that we are putting to address some of the challenges that we are experiencing. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, still, I'm lost, but let's leave it there. Honorable Delanga, are you satisfied with the answers?
I'm happy, Honorable Chair. Thanks so much.
Right. Honorable Ramaila, you next.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, my colleagues, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, officials of the department, and the water boards present on this platform. I would like to first start with a comment, Chair, that as we're dealing with these debts, that reminds me that we have agreed as a Portfolio Committee with the department about the ring fencing exercise by the WSAs. What I may want to ask for is that can we, in the next meeting or so, be favored with the outline of the process flow as to how that is going to take place? Second will be about the rainwater PPP model as an alternative funding model, if we could also be updated about it at some point. But then my question goes to Lepelle Water Board, especially as far as Kukune is concerned. I've checked with the municipality. They told me that they had engagements like the board has said, but the CFO is claiming that they are waiting for the board to come back to the municipality as far as them providing supporting documents in as far as their bills are concerned. That's one matter that they've said, but I would want to recommend that they indeed expedite the process of finalizing the matter because it's very critical. But also, as like indicated in their presentation, the primary role we understand. The secondary role is that they are also involved in the reticulation of water. And as they are involved in the reticulation of water, maybe that's where the problem might be coming from, is that in the process of reticulating water to the command reservoirs where the municipalities take from, and in the process of delivering water to those command reservoirs, who takes accountability of the non-revenue water or the loss of water? Because in the process, water gets lost before it reaches the reservoir. Who takes responsibility for this? So that I think it's a matter that needs to be cleared, because then it means then the municipality would then be expected to pay for the water that is in their command reservoirs into the household. It might be a gray area, but I'm saying it's a matter that really needs to be looked into. And I know for a fact that Lepelle is operating flat-bush yellow scheme largely from their primary responsibility until they reticulate to the command reservoirs. And I know for a fact that in the process, before water reaches the command reservoirs, there's quite a great loss of water. So the non-revenue water, what I would want to understand from Lepelle, in the arrangement with the district municipality, who then take responsibility for the non-revenue water from the water treatment plant up to the command reservoir where the municipality takes place? I think that might be very necessary really to look into that matter, because for me that is very, 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 very critical. I think that's one important matter I thought we need to look into. But The other matter I would then want to understand in the process is that because the plants that are operating, and if the municipality does not meet certain standards in terms of green drop and blue drop, and it is the board that is responsible for those plants, then who takes responsibilities, or what efforts are being put by the Lepelle Water Board to ensure that the municipality is compliant in as far as the blue drop and green drop is concerned, in as far as the plants that they are in charge of is concerned? Thank you very much.
Lepelle, you've got 3 questions.
CEO, if you could respond, I can add.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member Amaile, for the questions. The matter of Sekhukhune District Municipality, that we have provided those particular documentation to the Water Service Authority in terms for us to finalize so that we can sign the service level agreement. The 2 CFOs they have met, and also to make sure that the matter be expedited. As we said, we have discussed it with the minister when the minister called the meeting last year in October. Since then, we've engaged, we've made progress, but I think that those were the sticky points in terms of the issues of the documents, and there has been a verification process in terms of the invoices for the Water Service Authority. The second question in terms of the reticulation of the water, in terms of up to the command reservoirs, in terms of accountability of the water loss in the municipality to play. We, in terms of our treatment works, we provide the bulk water and also up to the command reservoirs, correct, Honorable Member, in terms of what we then, and then in terms of that, then the municipalities is then responsible for the further reticulation to the water users. As I've explained, that one of the aspects, and if I can use by an example, what we have done with Capricorn District Municipality and what we have with Mopani, specifically and Palabora, is that there are a number of illegal connections on our lines by water, by illegal water vendors, and also by people that are tapping into the water and then they go and sell it. And that is why we had then that intervention with the Premier, as I said, more than a week ago, and to make sure that we can have stability within the system. So what we have done with the 2 water service authorities is that, and specifically it's working very well within Capricorn District, where there are illegal connections, they acknowledge that, and in terms of those being taken off, and then we bill them for that, because until the reticulation then comes in, and then where there's offtake, the proper offtake, and then to be supplied to the communities, and then they pay for that. It's the same in terms of the water balance for Palabora, where we then have that in terms of where before the water reaches the command reservoirs, that we then, in terms of the water balance, where from our system that it goes into, and that when it reaches the command reservoirs where there are connections onto it, we have an understanding of the water balance, and then we build them accordingly. And these municipalities, particular Capricorn and also Mopani, we have resolved it, although there was a lot of disagreement with Mopani, but that is now working in terms of that. Beyond the command reservoirs, where we then they take that forward, that is then the municipality's responsibility in terms of their in terms of the reticulation forward, and that is where from the water boards, it's from Lepelle's water board, normally where it stopped, and that we don't take then further in terms of the reticulation. But it is of interest, and in terms of your further question also, Honorable Ramaila, in terms of the issue of the non-revenue water, the illegal connections, and also other what we can call then other physical losses and so forth, they then contribute towards the high water or high non-revenue water or high water losses. And that by itself have an impact in terms of the financial income, in terms of the water services authorities. And specifically what you refer to, Flatbush Yellow. Flatbush Yellow is exactly the same, where we, in terms of the treatment work at the Flatbush Yellow Dam, that we then, in terms of the distribution, and we have the same principle now apply in terms of our discussions, that what I said was Mopani and was Capricorn District Municipality, and in terms for us, and we have worked with the municipality to identify those losses, where the illegal connections are, and or the vandalism in terms of these illegal people that then collect and then sell the water. So that is more or less similar in terms of what I've explained for Capricorn and for Mopani, and specifically in Palabora, that is applicable to Flatbush Yellow. And thank you very much. We in terms of the issues, we work in terms of those issues. We want now to consolidate all the smaller plants within the Sekhukhune District Municipality, because in terms of the economy scale, is too expensive to operate all of those smaller plants there. And that is just in addition to your question to what you to Flatbush Yellow, but we're looking at a much more broader and a bigger regional scheme that we're going to upgrade the Flatbush Yellow treatment works to make sure that we supply more in terms of the Sekhukhune District Municipality. We have worked in the past, Honorable Ramila, that the blue drop and green drop was also assigned to the water services providers, but now it's all inclusive in terms of the municipality. We have worked now with the municipalities. We have an action plan, and in terms of the arrangements, we are assisting Vembe District Municipality. They were very close in terms of achieving a green and blue drop. That action plan was presented to the Department of Water and Sanitation. And then specifically where we are for concern was the regression from Polokwane. They had a blue drop before, and now they don't have that. And in terms of the regression in terms of the performance, but we're working together as with the municipal under the auspices of the Department of Water and Sanitation in the province, in terms of the action plan that is being on the table, and where need be from our technical assistance and technical support that we then provide to all the various water service authorities within the province. But we are hard at work to make sure that we achieve the blue and green drop status, of the blue drop status. The green drop status is that where our biggest challenge lies within the province. Although we are not so much into the sanitation part, although only in the Sekhukhune District Municipality, but the biggest challenge lies with the green drop in terms of the wastewater treatment plants. Many of the towns, it is not functioning. It is basically collapsed, and that is where the big challenge is at the moment, to make sure that and then the department is also, and where we can in terms of our capabilities, that we then assist with that. With that, Chair, Honorable Chair and Chair of the Lepelle Water Board, I hope I've answered all the questions of the honorable member, and if there's some gaps, then then we can add more if the question was not satisfactorily answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister, would you or the department want to add something to the blue and green drop in that area?
Sorry, Chair, and good morning. I don't know, maybe did you saw my hand?
Your hand is not up. Can you maybe identify? It only shows Galaxy S24, and we don't know who is that Galaxy.
Sorry, my darling. Sorry, Chair. I got problem with the network here, but I wish to say something. I'll see you. Maybe you put me after.
Yeah, can I deal with you a little bit later? Can you maybe change your name to your name, please? Maybe you can just indicate who you are.
You
before the
you forgot my name. My name.
Well,
Kaula.
okay, Honorable Kaula. Okay, but I will remember that. After Honorable Moore, I will allow you to ask a question. Thank you very much. Minister, would you like to add, or the department like to add something on the blue and green drop report that
Yes,
asked?
yes, through you, Chair, the DG and DDG Resmati will just make a few comments on the drops. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG.
And provincial head. Chairperson, the provincial head will comment on it. Our provincial Chairperson, our provincial head, Ms. Lukobe Lucy, will comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. She can continue. It seems she's not responding. Could the DG maybe then continue, or we would skip that for now? DG? The member in the province is not responding. Can I ask that the province could maybe give that to us in writing to the committee within the next 7 days, if you cannot deal with that immediately?
No, see.
That is in order, Chair. If they are unable to connect, they will do that. Thank you very much, Chair, to save you time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ramaila, are you happy with the answers? And then on the blue and green drop, that the department would answer us in writing within the next 7 days?
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy so long as they will be directing the responses to those plans that are operated by Lepelle Water Board. However, the answer I did not get is as to who takes the responsibility for the non-revenue water that happens in the care of Lepelle Northern Water before the water reaches the municipal command reservoirs. And if I've been to add to that, it means they need to have a bulk meter inlet, and the municipality might need to have an outlet bulk meter. And those things I know for a fact they are not there. But however, I'll be comfortable if the response in 7 days can also cover that, Chair. Thank you.
Lepelle, could you also just give us a response? I understood that the illegal connections, you are billing the municipality. But can I ask you that to clarify that, maybe also give that to us in writing? Can we then move on to Honorable Nkumalo, your questions?
Kumalo or Kaula?
I have my hand raised as well, Chairperson. I don't know if you've acknowledged that.
On my platform it shows in the following sequence. It's now Kumalo, then it's Kobe, and then it's Honorable Reddy, and then it's Honorable Sele, and then it is Honorable Moore, and then it's Honorable Kaula. So can I get Honorable Kumalo to ask his 3 questions?
Chair, sorry to interrupt you, my Chair. I also have my hand up virtually, so I don't know if you can recognize it. I didn't hear you mention me in the list of.
I'm sorry, I did mention you just after Honorable Reddy. It would be yourself, Honorable Ditebe, and then Honorable Moore, and then Honorable Kaula. So can we start with the three questions from Honorable Khumalo?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to greet the Minister, the Deputy Ministers, the colleagues, and people from water boards. My question will be directed, the first question will be directed to all water boards. I'm sure you're aware that sometimes the information that is given by boards, if I may put it that way, sometimes it's not a true reflection of what is happening on the ground. So my question is, are we getting the right information from what you have just presented? Is it a true reflection of what is happening on the ground? I'll tell you why. During the constituency period, I visited a mayor of Utugela district, where I'm from, where we discussed the issue. Well, I would say the information that he gave me was based on what I asked him. But as I went to the ground, I discovered that the situation is dire when it comes to water supply. And I'm glad I was told that the Deputy Minister will be visiting that place sometime in the near future, which is a good thing. But I'm just concerned that sometimes we get good reports, like I've said earlier, but when you go to the ground, it's a different matter altogether. So I just want the boards to assure this committee that even if we were to go there tomorrow to Amatola, Lepelle, Rainwater, and Magalies, what they've presented is a true reflection of what is happening on the ground. And another thing, I think, I'm not sure whether it was Magalies or Amatola, where they told us, or they presented that there was some irregular and fruitless expenditure. So my question is, what have you done to prevent those irregular and fruitless expenditure? Are we not going to, if you're saying there's something that we have done, can you assure this committee that we will be hearing about this irregular and fruitless expenditure for the last time? Because we cannot afford a situation whereby, as we all agree, that we cannot afford a situation whereby there is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I always tell people that this country has got enough resources, but the problem is it is the wrong decisions that are being made. So I just want this committee to give us an assurance, especially, these water boards that are affected by fruitless expenditure. I just want them to give us an assurance today that indeed these loopholes have been closed, so that in future we will not be getting such. And my last question is, how much, you may not give me the figure right now, but do you have enough money to how much do you put aside to ensure that whenever there are some challenges with regards to infrastructure maintenance, quickly like for instance, when there are pipe have that put aside to ensure that indeed, whenever such problem arises, you respond to them quickly.
Thank you very much. Are you finished, Honourable Member?
Yes, Chair. I think for now, yes, I am.
So the first question on all water boards, what you are picking up on the ground, we must remember that the water boards deliver bulk water, and if the reticulation is not done by the municipalities, you would pick up on the ground that there is a problem. What I'm going to do there is I'm going to ask the Minister to answer, because the water boards, to answer the first question, are we getting the correct information? So Minister, could you speak on that, please?
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, when we come to the portfolio committee with the entities, be it water boards or any other water entity, we come knowing very well that we are not supposed to mislead the committee. If there is anything very tangible that Honorable Member Nxumalo has picked up as not a true reflection, let the question be specific on that particular item. We prepare reports which we also process as reports that are supposed to give a true reflection of what is happening in the water board. When it comes to the different information when you go to the ground, we do know, Honorable Chair, that more than often, when municipalities are put at the corner, they will always apportion the blame to the department when you are not there. That is why we have never shied away to say, here are the challenges, municipality by municipality. We're able even to say, if we're intervening because municipal A, B, and C is not doing what is Chair, as you know that our responsibility is on the water resource. But the question that was asked earlier on by Honorable Ramaila, or to say in an area where
Continue, Minister. I don't know who that was.
Okay.
Here the
Honorable Kumalu, can the Minister please complete and then I will come back to you.
Okay, Chair, thank you. Sorry about that.
Continue, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. So I'm saying, therefore, Chair, we know the blame game, and we are prepared to give proper information based on what the honorable member might have gathered. So I'm afraid to generalize because we don't know what is the actual point that the member is referring to when he says the stories that he get on the ground is different from what we are saying. So I don't want to do guesswork, but we are prepared to engage on the matter. For that matter, if we are to meet with a municipality and the committee on certain issues that were raised, we're always open to that term. We will gladly welcome such meetings where we have to verify facts on the findings that members have on water matters. We are open, Chair. When it comes to whether we have enough funds to do maintenance, we do have one. We budget the water boards. They do budget for our own infrastructure where they are responsible. But the turnaround to say when there is a water pipe burst in an area of a water plant, which a municipality, water board is supposed to take care of. Do we have enough funds? It depends on the turnaround time and whether we've been informed on time. But what we usually do is to ensure that we have planned maintenance that we discuss with municipalities. But there are certain emergencies that we're supposed to get in immediately when there is a water pipe. So we might have missed others, but we do have our response time in terms of such. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Then irregular and fruitless expenditure. It's also more or less a general question. Minister, I don't know whether I should go to the water boards. I think everybody don't want irregular and fruitless expenditure, and some of the times it is technical. Would you like to answer that, please? And then if there is a water board that would like to add to all three of these questions, you're more than welcome. Minister?
Honorable Chair, the water boards can respond directly, but also the DG can also assist in terms of that response. We have also lifted our concerns on the irregular expenditure that we observed on their audit report, and they've tabled the turnaround plan on how to deal with such. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any water board that would like to add something to the three questions that has been answered by the Minister? It seems...
Could I, Chairperson? Ms. Ramadeo Mnyokolo from Water.
Yes, yes. You're welcome to continue.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think just to add on what the Minister said, it must be noted that we are here to present annual financial statements. And annual financial statements are inherently historical, and they have been audited by the Auditor General. To that extent, that information is as of the 30th of June the previous year. Any other information that is received thereafter will not, for all intents and purposes, be the same information that will be, factual at the point post the annual financial statement. If you ask the municipality about things that have been done at that point in time, they will obviously state what is the current situation. They will not go back to the historical information that is contained in our audited financial statement. So that's very important. If members would prefer us that we provide information on a particular issue, that will be highly welcome. I just wanted to add that so that it is clarity on that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other water board that would like to add something?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Offense and Tutam from Magalies. Apologies, I don't know how to raise my hand on this platform. I just want to add on the irregular and fruitless expenditure, Chair, to say that from Magalies, there were two root causes for this matter. One was on the interest charges, mainly on the late payment, and the other one was issue of non-compliance to SCM regulations, Chair. On the payment issue, Chair, we have enhanced our payment turnarounds so that we don't incur unnecessary interest charges, Chair. And we believe that with the measures that we've implemented, and on the issue of SCM, Chair, we have strengthened our SCM committees. We have also done a refresher training course with National Treasury so that they just explain to them in terms of how the SCM policy works and what is expected of the different committees, Chair. So we believe with this refresher courses that we have done with our team, we should be able to address this going further. The last question, Chair, on the maintenance, we just want to state that as Magalies, we do budget annually for maintenance. We have an in-house maintenance team for electrical, mechanical, and civil, Chair. And also in our supply area, if there are issues that our team can houses, whereby they do come with the collaborations that we have, Chair, to assist if necessary, Chair. So in terms of the budgeting, we budget close to 9% of the total budget for maintenance, which is about 4% of the planned PPE, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think all the other boards do exactly the same. Honorable Khumalo, are you satisfied with the answers? And if there is specific questions, I think you should question in Parliament that you could maybe get an answer on a specific question that you would like to have. But are you satisfied with the answers?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, no. I am satisfied about the answers, especially the last two answers. Look, I was actually referring to, I was just making an example about the Otugela district. I was not making saying anything specifically on the board, on the areas where these boards come from, because I've never been there personally. Yeah, with regards to the what is happening on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I now ask Honorable Kobe to ask her questions, 3 questions?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to extend my greetings to the Minister, the 2 Deputy Ministers, our colleagues from the department, and my colleagues as well, my honourable colleagues. Chair, before I start with my questions, I'd just like to compliment the Department of Water and Sanitation. It seems as though for sticking to their guns and really withholding the equitable share, we are seeing results. We are seeing that municipalities are coming to play in terms of paying their debt. So well done to the department for that. It would be remiss of us not to mention this. My first it's not a question, but a recommendation to Magalies. It seems as though they've got 2 delinquent municipalities, Ngaka Modiri Molema and Dr. Ruth Municipality. I think they've tried the carrot approach, settling the historical debt, or allowing them to have an interest-free period while paying historical debt, and still they're not coming to the party. I'd like to make a recommendation that if they are not yet on the list, they should also be on the list of municipalities where their equitable share is withheld. I think we are past the stage of IGR where the approach must be, handshake and friendly. I think the approach that the department has taken is working, and we should apply it as and when it calls for it. Now, my question, Chair, to Lepelle Northern Water Board, there seems to be a regression in terms of the revenue. And while there's an increase in expenditure, it does not seem like the board, we can envisage for the next 5 years that it will be financially viable. Do they have any long-term solutions in terms of this to correct the downward spiral of profit margins going lower and lower over the next 5 years? Also, the water supply challenges within the Polokwane municipalities are particularly worrisome for me. The Polokwane municipality experiences water shortages at least once a week. Now, I'd congratulate them for the completion of the pipeline, the 7-kilometer pipeline, to augment the water supply of the area. But I'm particularly worried about the Seshore water treatment plant, which is just in the outskirts of Polokwane, which also is tied to the Polokwane municipality. There seems to be a consistent water supply shortage in that area, even though there is a brand new water treatment plant that's been there for less than 6 months. It is unable. It is completely failing to supply to the residents of Seshore. Does Lepelle Northern Water envisage that there will be some sort of solution to really augment the water supply challenges going forward? Notwithstanding really the 7-kilometer pipeline that has just been completed. I think the people of Seshore really need a long-term solution, or even an immediate solution to the water supply issues that they consistently face. Thanks, Chair. That is all.
Thank you very much. Lepelle, could you answer the 2 questions that was asked to you? The other one was a comment to Magalies, but we just take note of that. So Lepelle, the 2 questions, please.
Yeah, I can allow the CEO to go first, and then I can add, Chair.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Sesheko, let me start with the last one first, Chair, in terms of the water supply. I have mentioned it in my presentation that the daily demand for Polokwane, as it stands at the moment, is 174 megaliters per day. And there's only a supply of 85.6 megaliters per day. So there is a substantial deficit of nearly 86 megaliters per day. And progressively, in terms of the short-term, medium, and long-term interventions for Polokwane in terms of water supply security, we have presented that. We had a number of meetings this year in terms of the water supply security for Polokwane. And in terms of that, that is with regard to the long-term solutions as of 2029, where we're going to get the water supply in balance with Polokwane, but also in terms of the surplus there. And in terms of looking at the long-term investment in terms of plus minus 18 billion to make sure that we get in terms of Polokwane. The Sesheko water treatment plant is under the Polokwane municipality, and it's not been is basically in terms of the boreholes that from that supply this particular water treatment work, that the plant is not complete as yet. It was at the completion stage of 87%, and there were some challenges in terms of what was reported to the Premier in terms of the water war room that we had with the Premier, that we report that there was the challenges with the contractors, and that they terminated the contractors and then new contractors to be appointed. So that is all that I can indicate in terms of the information that is available from the Sesheko treatment works. But that is specifically, if there needs to be a question to be on that matter, and specifically Sesheko, then that can be forwarded to the municipality. The aspects in terms of the first question, in terms of the revenue versus the expenditure, the solution is that, and in terms of what we've indicated in terms of new opportunities, in terms of specifically in terms of other new solutions in terms of to make sure that the expenditure does not overrun the revenue. And that is in terms of the new expansion in terms of what Lepelle is now working on. And then specifically with regard to the new supplies to Polokwane, the new supplies to Sekhukhune, also the operation and maintenance, and to make sure that we are financially sound, as I've indicated already, that is be of the solution that what we have. And at the moment, we are stable as an organization and as a company, to make sure that we don't go into where Lepelle was when a number of years back, where the situation was that we could not even afford the increases. So there are solutions in place, also in terms of the expansion, also for in the Mopani district municipality, and then also in the Bembe district municipality. So those are the solutions in terms of the question that's been asked by Honorable Kobe. Thank you, Chair. I don't know, Chair of the Board, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. If I could just add and be specific on revenue, Chair, Lepelle Northern Water has been on a positive progression rise in terms of revenue, and it is stable. It can be seen from our cash and cash equivalent, Chairperson, where we are currently, for the first time ever, sitting at 1.3 billion cash and cash equivalent. Our revenue, Chairperson, has also progressively increased from 3 years back, sitting at about 640 million and going to 1.8 billion. For the past 2 financial years, Chair, we have been sitting at over 2 billion. So revenue, the reason we are saying in terms of financial sustainability, there is a rise. We are doing well. We must appreciate the working relationship that we have had with all the municipalities, even though we are mentioning Sekhukhune, still having some issues, but there is that good working relationship where we have signed the debt repayment agreement and we've got the SLA running. So Lepelle Northern Water, in terms of revenue, is on the rise. Of course, we are still making sure that we continue with that increase. In terms of Polokwane, I know there's a bit of confusion. There has been a lot of work again that has been done. And the technical team of Polokwane and Lepelle Northern Water are working together with the department under the provincial head to ensure that we bring the solutions of water. This gap check of 88 megaliters per day, that needs to be closed. It's a big one, which create problem. One of the problem we just found now was the illegal connection that from Ebenezer pipeline coming back to Polokwane, communities are connecting or villages are connecting onto our pipeline together with the pipeline of Polokwane as well. So we are clamping on that, making sure that we deal with this illegal connection. That might increase the water availability in town, but we do know that we still have a big gap. Hence, the Ebenezer Olifants Port project will also, once it's completed, it will alleviate the challenge. Polokwane as well, it's working on ensuring that the Sishiko treatment plant that Honorable Bokobe is talking about, it works. And other boreholes that they have works. But we are working together with Polokwane municipality. Currently, we provide as per SLA 59 megaliters per day only to Polokwane, but not to Polokwane town, including the villages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe, are you satisfied?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask as a follow-up question, just the timelines of the expansion projects, especially in Sekhukhune, Vhembe, and Mopani. Are they over the 5 years, over the projected 5 years, so that we can really be assured that the expansion of the capital projects, infrastructure projects, that the Water Board says that they will be implementing. And also, Chair, just to jump on what Honorable Nxumalo has said, I think the issue here is that water boards, we are not saying that there is no work that is being done. But there must be an admission that there are communities on the ground that have felt the gap of the work that is still yet to be done. And as a portfolio committee, what we seek to do is that we come in and want to assure the people that are watching this that as a matter of public interest, there is work that is yet to be done, and these are the solutions that the water boards have. So it is not to say that this is not working. But we want to ensure that within the 5 years and beyond, the work still continues to ensure that there's water provision in our communities from our hands forward. That's all. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can you respond on that, Lepelle?
Yeah, the projects, of course, they are within 5 years, and Nandoni, which will be implemented by DPSA to increase from 60 megaliters per day plants to 120. I know that we are almost there to build that plant, and that will increase the revenue within 5 years. The Olifant Sport project that we are currently embarking on, Flag Bushielo, will increase it from 16 megaliters to 30 megaliters within 5 years, and we will see the results of those implementation of project, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Reddy, your questions?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not sure whether I must greet the minister and deputy minister again, because it seems to be a practice that whenever anyone speaks, they got to greet these people. So all protocol observed. Chairperson, let me just put it to you this way. The greatest litmus test for us as public representatives is not fancy presentations by boards, but the actual lived experiences of our citizens on the ground. So we may come up here and start to praise a fish because it swims, but the reality is that communities out there are crying out for water. Some may deny this. It tells me that you are not in touch with your communities. So as a preamble, I want to suggest the way forward should be for this portfolio committee to conduct effective oversight. What we should be doing is dividing ourselves under the leadership of possibly the minister, the chairperson in one team, and the two deputy ministers in the other team, dividing ourselves and going out to these water boards physically and following up on the issues that they've raised. Now, I want to thank the water boards for doing a very good job in highlighting what the issues are. However, they are all extremely vague when it comes to mitigation factors in dealing with the issues. So what I've done, because I've got a myriad of questions to all these water boards, and I don't have the time for it, I'm restricted in time, so I want to put it all together and look at it from a strategic point of view and cluster them into some headings. Number one would be accountability for financial mismanagement. Now, what I haven't heard coming through from the boards is the question of what disciplinary action is being taken in respect of irregular expenditure. Let's look at Magalies Water, for example. 115.6 million rands in irregular expenditure. What mechanisms exist to recover the 78 million rand overpayment for a capital project? Why is Magalies Water incurring penalties and interest on VAT returns in the first place? The second area, Chairperson, the municipal debt issue is crippling the water boards. We've heard today of using withholding equitable share as a means to recover these funds. But I can tell you that throughout the country, all water boards are experiencing this as a crisis. Why are municipalities not being held accountable to pay 1.4 billion rands in debt to Magalies? Why is Magalies not charging interest on outstanding municipal debt? The third area, Chairperson, which affects all the water boards, is the delays in infrastructure projects. What specific interventions are in place to prevent further delays in various projects? In Magalies, it will be the Pilansberg and the Moratale projects. Why are multiple bulk water projects placed on hold due to budget constraints when there was supposedly a financial surplus? The same applies in Magalies with the Hammanskraal emergency intervention. The next area, Chairperson, is the issue of leadership and governance. Are all CEOs, managements appointed? The minister has given us an assurance that issues surrounding board appointments have been finalized. It will be good for this committee to go out and visit three people. One, the water boards. Secondly, the municipalities. And thirdly, the communities. We go out and we engage directly with the stakeholders, the communities, the municipalities, and the water boards. And we use this report that they've given to us today as the basis to go out there and check whether, in fact, they are happy with what's going on. And finally, Chairperson, and this applies, what I'm saying is a strategic overview that applies to all water boards. It's the impact on service delivery. I would like all the water boards to provide clear metrics on how many new households gained access to water since 2019? What percentage of water infrastructure projects are actually completed on time and within budget? We don't want to hear reports that says this is a project we're working on and it's still working on for the past 3-4 years and nothing is really happening. On the issue of Lepelle, I've looked at Lepelle very, very carefully and in detail. And I can tell you, I'm extremely disappointed with the Lepelle presentation. And here, you must just go out to Limpopo. That's why I would like to go out physically to Limpopo with the minister, go and meet communities there, and let's listen to what they have to say in terms of water delivery. The presentation by Lepelle is nothing more than a recycled wish list that fails to address the real crisis that's facing water supply in Limpopo. It is filled with hollow promises, it's got outdated targets and bureaucratic jargon that means absolutely nothing to the communities suffering from persistent water shortages. Chairperson, clean audits means absolutely nothing. It means nothing. It does not mean good service delivery. So for us to be able to gauge whether our communities are in fact getting the service that they're paying for, it would be best to go out to these communities. And I'm proposing, Chair, that to avoid a long story and engagement interaction here, that we should rather formulate oversight visits. And that's why the honorable member there from the MK party, I just couldn't get the name now, he made a very valid point on the presentations today and its relevance to communities. And that's where we come in. We need to go out and verify with communities, municipalities, and the water boards the veracity of these reports. I thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the committee for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yeah, it's your member, Kumalu, that you maybe forgot the name.
No, it's Member Kumalo. Member Kumalo, that's right.
Thank you very much.
They don't know each other.
I'm asking, let's not have a discussion. Minister, would you like in general to answer on this? And then I will ask, because there was a direct question to the delay in projects at Magalies. So if you maybe could answer in general, and then we can ask Magalies just to talk on the delay in projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, in welcoming the comments by all honourable members, starting from Honourable Kobe, who was very spot on in terms of understanding the role of DWS, the role of Water Board. Honourable Reddy seemed to be confusing our roles and that of a water board and municipality. Yes, communities need water, but who is supposed to be providing water to the communities? I think at some point, we must not get tired of clarifying our role. How far can we go as the department? How far can the boards go? Going to communities with minister and deputy minister when there is no water reticulation that is supposed to be done with municipality, that might not even assist. However, the portfolio committee chair has a right to go out there, but I think it is very much important to clarify the different roles that each of us is playing. I take and welcome some of the observations by the honourable member. Honourable Mahlobo want to make an input. The dear Mahlobo, can I head over to him through you, Honourable Chair? Thank you.
Honourable Mahlobo, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair of our Portfolio Committee, to our Minister, DM Sitlulu, and the members of the board. maybe just one or two issues. On the issue that was asked by Honorable Gobe. Honorable Gobe, let's just confirm that there was an error. Sishiko treatment plant is complete. But the main issue there in Puluwane, Minister, the Premier, they've put up a team and I've been attending some of those meetings. In the main, they will have to improve the efficiency of the current operations. And the teams are working very, very hard to deal with the problems. And the Premier, supported by all of us on behalf of the Minister, will oversee the problem around illegal connection that have reduced pressure to many, many other areas that are there, including the intervention in the Seine River, the Blood River, in terms of the boreholes that they are doing in the second pipeline, and including the issues of working with Greater Tzaneen because the issue of electricity supply had an impact around operational efficiency in terms of the systems and the reservoirs. But Minister Majodina, just to deal with the issue of lack of availability source, you know now that Lepelle Northern Water was appointed working with DBSA, the DG is guiding them. There's an Olifants Ebenezer dealing with the major issues to bring more water to Puluwane, Lepelle, Nkumbi, and other areas. But the minister is proceeding with the Olifants management model, working with the mines, and all the necessary agreements have been signed. And I work on behalf of the minister to oversee that work so that water can be given to Sikukuna, the Nebo Plateau, the entire area of Capricorn until Mkhalagwen. On the issues that are raised by Honorable Reddy Chair, Minister, she's correct. We are very fortunate that Honorable Comrade Reddy is a very experienced member of the board, who was a member of the board at Umgeni, but also a councillor at eThekwini. This ministry and the country, we don't have any dispute that there are challenges of water in South Africa. And the biggest problem, Chair, is the reliability. Reliability in terms of availability of water all the time, 365 days, 7 days per year, 7 days a week, and 24 hours. And Minister, she has been on record that a number of these municipalities have rolled out infrastructure to more than 90% of households in South Africa. But equally, the minister is worried, like we're all worried now, that 67% in terms of availability, that's what we have. There's been a decline. That's why the reports that minister reintroduced of blue drop, green drop, and no drop, they are very clear that there are citizens who don't have water for days, for years, for months, and some they do have no water for intermittent water supply. Therefore, to try to create an impression that would be misplaced and unfortunate, Chairperson, because people of the caliber of Honorable Comrade Reddy will understand that in the main, the minister must ensure water security, that there is a development of water sources like it's happening in Glen Williams, Komazi, you name all of them. And this minister has been on record with you to say, of the 14 mega projects, she has brought them back online, whether they sold to others. Admittedly, all these projects were delayed, and we're working very hard, including working with private sector funding, to ensure that these mega projects are brought back online. But then to try to circumvent the responsibility of water boards in law as lawmakers, it will be unfortunate because their primary function is to be able to deal with bulk water systems, of which therefore we're working very hard to support these water boards to perform that function. In certain instances, these water boards are also performing the secondary function, where sometimes they become implementing agent. You see Lepelle and others, including your Magalies, doing issues of O&M. There is no problem to actually deal with issues of oversight, like the minister says, but just to be able to throw a spanner and be politically on a matter that affects citizens. Ours is to appeal that let's work together. Let's continue to support these municipalities in dealing with that particular issue, because I don't agree that the municipality, these water boards, in terms of the shareholders compact with the minister, they are not doing what they're supposed to do. Admittedly, Chair, these water boards, they are of different capacities. There is a water board that we are proud of, you know. Rand Water is a top water board in the country. That's why the CE, when he made the presentation, even that nomination for that recognition is not a small issue just to be recognized and be nominated, including the issue of Umgeni Utugela. That's why the other chair of other boards have indicated to you as a portfolio committee that they meet from time to time and share best experiences and best practices in dealing with some of these particular issues. Minister has been on record, Chairperson, on water boards, including in our own department, where there's issues of malfeasance without any fear or favor or contradictions. That's why in our own department, there are a number of investigations the minister has actually done using our own internal and audit risk unit, investigation that the minister has supported in terms of the SIU, whether it's Umgeni, whether elsewhere, whether you look at the panel and others. Those are the people that we have to agree that they must be held accountable. But then the minister later on this year, she will be coming back to you when we actually go for our policy and budget statement, because now water is a main issue. Therefore, there will be a lot of support and intervention by the ministry to ensure that these municipalities, they are able to live up to their own constitutional obligation to deliver services uninterrupted to citizens. That's why the minister is coming to you, that we must conclude the issues of reforms, whether the Water Services Act amendments, so that we can be able to intervene when there are problems without some of those issues that normally people are refusing. And minister is on record around accountability on irregular expenditure. And we know that irregular expenditure cannot be condoned unless certain actions are being taken, and we follow through on all our water boards, including ourselves. Remember, you are helping us, Chair, just to regularize some of our own expenditures. And we continue to report on these issues, including the turnaround. On the municipal debt, Chair, the municipal debt, the reports are indicating that when Minister came in, she is fully committed on two principles: the user pay principle, but at the very same time cushioning the poor in terms of social security, in terms of free basic water and free basic electricity. Minister has met with all the 8 provinces where our water boards are being owed. And the reports are very clear that where she has engaged with our premiers, MECs responsible and mayors that are responsible, there was a two-pronged approach that we dealt with. One approach was that these municipalities must enter into a formal payment agreement. And you could see that all of them, they've done so with the support of the premiers. Then there are these 5 ministers spoke about where they defaulted. Those that they've defaulted were to go through an extra length. Like Minister promised you, National Treasurer was engaged. Then were to withhold the issues of a certain component of equitable share. And you can see a municipality that is so weak, but now that there's a new political administration in Tabazimbi, they've came to the party, they are honoring these particular issues. And that becomes an issue that Minister continues to monitor. But our attitude, we don't only that want water boards to be paid. We also want water boards to pay us and the municipalities owes the department. But equally, Minister in all these meetings, she has insisted those who owe municipalities, they too must be able to pay. Then there's further work to help municipalities because others are broke around issues of revenue management, infrastructure management. That's why she's been busy around the issues to say, fix the leaks. Non-revenue water must be dealt with. In all these municipalities, she's been holding these meetings, working with these water boards that are an instrument in the hands of the minister. But at the very same time, minister saying to them, deal with your billing systems, deal with your revenue management, indigent register, and all other issues. Then there's an issue that some of these municipalities are not financially viable. That's why Minister to agree that Rand Water is part of dealing with operational and financial crisis, that to actually look at a model at Mfuleni, where you have a special purpose vehicle without municipalities losing a sense of ownership in terms of the asset. And Rand Water has gone there, supported by National Treasury. You look at eThekwini, we're doing the same. And many municipalities, they are saying they are dealing with us because you can't only look at the question of the debt, but not looking at the issues of assurance of availability of a service, but also the issue that municipalities must be an instrument around issues of service delivery. Honorable Limpopo, there's a lot of work. When you have time, if you want to be assisted around what's happening, some of the issues that are happening when Minister is bringing water from Musina, that side in Makado, the issues of Nandoni. You know now that in Guyana, we've pushed out of 24 villages as we speak now, 16 of them, they're getting the water. And Minister continues to support. There is a support in each and every province. But we are available to be oversighted by yourselves as the portfolio committee and the representatives of our people. But let's tell no lies. Let's not mask our difficulties. And let's not claim easy victories. And let's not politicize water. It knows no ideology, but it also knows no boundaries. Engos.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I nearly asked you to conclude, but thank you for concluding. Honorable Reddy, I think there was a long discussion, and I'm also glad to hear that we've got an experienced person that sat on water board that could also assist us in future. Are you happy and satisfied with the response you got? Because I still need to ask, maybe before that, I need to ask Magalies quickly just to speak on the delays in the projects before you can maybe say whether you're satisfied or not. My apology.
Thank you, Chair. No, there's no need for a response from Magalies. I think the Deputy Minister has covered me extensively, and he raised issues in a very clinical way and quite correctly so. I did make a proposal, and I think that's for you to decide, that as a follow-up from today's meeting, perhaps there's a need for us to go to these to expedite the process. It would be a good idea to divide the portfolio committee under your leadership and the ministers on one side and the deputy ministers on the other side, and we choose these water boards so that we could go out there and go and engage, take an entire day engaging on these reports, because in the meeting now we won't be doing justice to it. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm then going to Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you, Chairperson, for
Sorry, Chair, you didn't remember me. Chair.
Honorable Makola, you will be after Honorable Moore. It's Honorable Ditebe, Honorable Moore, and then it's yourself. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And once again to the Minister, her deputies, the DG, the leadership of the boards and colleagues. Chairperson, there are quite a number of many important issues that have been raised here. And to the extent that we are worried about that which keeps us awake at night, restricted water and sometimes total unavailability of water in communities, it is only natural that we sometimes focus just on that, at the risk of ignoring every other thing that has been done in improving the situation from what we've known it to be all the time. And I'm making these remarks, Chairperson, to broadly thank the leadership of the Minister, certainly the department under the stewardship of the DG, and the water boards, the chairs, the CEs, and all the collectives that are responsible for ensuring that indeed we have water, which is a very vital source of life and an enabler of economic growth and development. Chairperson, I'd like to therefore go to just a few issues. Rand water, perhaps Amatola. I think it's part of what we said in the committee before, that these entities need to learn from one another. And in their presentation, Amatola said that they've resorted to the use of first-person view drones to protect their infrastructure. And that in this regard, they've been assisted greatly by expertise from Rand Water. And rather ironically, Chair, the CE of Rand Water shared with us in, I think, the last slide, the risks and the dangers, the threats that the water board, which he has done so ably so, he has done ably so in the past, of chambers that have been tampered with. But this is a common story if you listen to all the water boards of the risks that we are facing. I'm therefore saying that we should not simply, throw our hands in the air and say there are people that are tampering with the bulk infrastructure of the water boards. We must continually explore the use of technology and other ways and means, Chairperson, of ensuring that we drastically reduce, if not totally eliminate, encroachment on the infrastructure of the water boards. Because if you listen to how many millions, hundreds of millions of liters of water that they, provide to communities, it is quite clear that the cost arising from that vandalism certainly is quite high. So, Chairperson, I would like to say that Rand Water should therefore itself continue to use technology. And when they mentioned, for example, corporate social investment, it's something that may seem like it's an ordinary thing to be done in terms of the Companies Act, etc. But I think it should be considered as one thing, one area that must be strengthened, used obviously along with technology and the broad stakeholder management process to ensure that their brand remains strong, and that when people see anything that's branded Rand Water, and I'm not talking about Rand Water per se, or limiting it to Rand Water, but that it is something that other water boards should certainly look at. If you have a strong brand and you use technology, you are able to do an elimination exercise so that you say, okay, what may be leading to a proliferation of this challenge that we have. The following holes we have plugged, but there may be other things. So you do that naturally through pre-mortem stress testing, steel manning, etc., so that you are able to hedge yourself, as it were, against all the risks. And the other issue, Chairperson, relates to, I think it is Amatola, where they say that they've got a climate change readiness strategy, which is pending approval. Once again, Chairperson, and of course their financial recovery plan. With regards to the climate change readiness strategy, I think it is important once again, and I've made an example with, the strength of your brand, etc., to the extent that climate change is not something that just occurred as a result of natural phenomena. It is what scientists refer to as the Anthropocene, very harmful things that humans do here on Earth that result, for example, in climate change. Therefore, it means that change in behavior, it's something that that particular element where communities are affected, it's something that they will have to consider. And certainly other not municipalities, but water boards will have to take that into account. Still on Amatola, Chairperson, they refer to expanding their footprint in the Eastern Cape. Perhaps this is not quite clear to me. What exactly does it mean? Because if one reads that bullet, it suggests that there are areas where they are not present and that they would like to reach those areas. What exactly does it mean? If they say that they want to expand their footprint, does it mean, for example, Water Board X will be asked to cease to be the water board that provides bulk to a particular municipality or set of municipalities? Exactly what does it mean? Now, Chair, to conclude, let me then say the following, but also back to the Rand Water Board, to congratulate them on this, what I call the Fitch fit. Despite all the skepticism, the doubts and everything, it is quite obvious that other not municipalities, water boards can achieve a fit of that nature. And this, Chairperson, is despite all of the geopolitical risks occasioned by the commencement of the term of the 47th President of the United States, who just takes to social media and just messes everybody up. Certainly one would want a situation where we don't just rely on Fitch and other ratings agencies, but they've achieved that nonetheless. So I would like to say, therefore, Chairperson, say that whilst it certainly is not up to me to prescribe to any member, I think being here and given the nature of the business we are transacting today, we should try and make a distinction between participation by ourselves in snap debates or debates during the budget votes of the department or whatever ministerial statement, etc., and drill down to issues that are of relevance here. Because important as our views may be, I think we need to use our time much more profitably. And to therefore say, Chairperson, that if you want good explanations, you consider all the evidence you've gathered and you don't introduce unnecessary complexities in trying to get a good explanation out of a source. And in this instance, I'm talking about the water boards. So I'm making these comments generally because I believe in the toolkit of critical thinking. And that means sometimes that you've got to confess and say, I am ignorant on this particular point or knowledge about this particular issue. I'd like you to, get me more informed. And that's how it works. Rather than just resort or leap to hasty generalizations about certain things. Because as answers come, be it from the water boards or the minister, or deputy minister, etc., it becomes quite clear that, you know, certain things have been achieved. But I must qualify that I am not asking our colleagues, I will not be presumptuous, I will not be disrespectful to not ask questions. Certainly not. But it basically, as I say, in my view, must be guided by the toolkit of critical thinking, which, among others, means that you must have constructive doubt and you must have all the other tools that are necessary for you to elicit the necessary information. Thank you once again, Chairperson, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe. Rand Water, would you like to comment on use of technology?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Ditebe. I'll request the Group Chief Executive to just indicate the technological interventions that we have applied in our operational systems. Datemsai?
Yes, Chair. I think by and large, the Honorable Member Ditebe was just providing an input in terms of fortifying that space. Obviously, we use a lot of drones as well to patrol our areas and detect some of the vandalism. We have looked at various technologies to lock our valve chambers and ensure that we don't have any material that is resellable beyond that. To an extent, we're starting to use also satellite imagery to zoom into those areas and to work very closely with the municipalities to ensure that we intervene quickly in areas where we need to avoid the issues that have been highlighted from vandalism point of view. But yeah, I think we appreciate the Ditebe's input in terms of strengthening that area, and then we'll look at other ways and means to leverage on innovation and technology to rise above some of our challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Musai. Amatola, could you please answer the climate change strategy as well as explain your footprint, your expanding of the footprint? If you can do that quickly, I would appreciate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. And regarding the climate change, we have different scenarios across our footprint, where in one area you have drought that plagues us, and we are, in part of our climate change strategy, we are looking at alternative ways of going below the surface water and looking at underground water to provide water in that area. But we're using that particular strategy to also make sure that in the future, if we have similar problems, we won't experience the climate. So we're trying to predict, and from going inland in the Eastern Cape, you get drought areas that in a drought cycle of 3 years, and more on the coastal, we tend to be a little bit better. Regarding our footprint, Honorable Chair, Amatola, sadly, we lost the opportunity to run like a business, a profitable business. And the intention of expanding our footprint, so it was only limited to Buffalo City and Amatola District Municipality, a little bit of Ndlambe, very few municipalities where the footprint was, and there was no focus in growing that footprint. Our ultimate intention is to be a wall-to-wall water board in the Eastern Cape. We are the only water board in the Eastern Cape, and therefore to be wall-to-wall. And our long-term strategy is to resuscitate the Mzumvubu water scheme. And when we say extend the footprint, we're talking about moving into OR Tambo. There's a low-hanging fruit in OR Tambo, where that municipality is struggling with the bulk water supply, and to take over their that service for them and do it for them, and then later on move into Krisani, Joe Gabi, and eventually even into Nelson Mandela Metro. But the primary conversations we are having now is with the OR Tambo, Chris Hani area. When it comes to Buffalo City, we're only supplying Zwelicha, Bishu, and Mdantsane. We want to restore the confidence of Amatola Water Board that our reputational risk is currently very high. When we restore the confidence, then Buffalo City can can give us an extended footprint to go into Kids Beach and the outlying areas of the city, and also take us as a preferred service provider for the inner city challenges that they're facing, which are very similar to the ones that we are experiencing in our footprint. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ditebe, are you satisfied?
Very much satisfied, Chair. May I just add one more point here, namely that on an ongoing basis, and again, impressed by the very innovative strategy by the department, Rand Water and Mfuleni, for example. We shouldn't wait until we are asked. I think we must anticipate, and I want to take advantage of the presence of the Minister and Deputy Minister, because the solution to our challenges is multi-layered. And I think if we can think of areas where the Mfuleni SPV model can be implemented alongside all other interventions, we must do that. I know in the Free State, the Maludiapofung is keenly awaiting support from the department, certainly, to have that kind of model, so that all issues related to non-revenue water and, the impaired balance sheets of municipalities as water service authorities can be dealt with, so that we lessen more and more the risks that are faced by the water boards. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Moore, you're the next.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister, Deputy Ministers, the DG and his team, and to all of the guests from the water boards. Thank you very much for the presentations, as well as to our various colleagues. Chair, for bandwidth purposes, I'll turn off my camera. Chair, I've got 3 questions. The first is on financial viability and the Treasury intervention. I think we all know that water boards are facing increasing financial strain due to rising municipal debt. Magalies Water, for example, reports a surplus of 461 million rand, yet we've been told by the department that they face bankruptcy by June this year. Can I ask that each water board confirm whether they believe their entity is under threat of bankruptcy in the short to medium term? Additionally, do they believe that National Treasury's intervention, specifically the withholding of equitable share from defaulting municipalities, is having a meaningful impact in compelling municipalities to settle their outstanding debts to water boards? My second question is on infrastructure expansion and raw water supply. Particularly, each water board has a mandate to expand treatment capacity, yet this must align with available raw water resources and water use allocations. For example, I understand Rand Water is currently abstracting raw water at the levels that will only be permanently licensed and sustainable when phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands water project is completed, hopefully by 2028. Can each water board detail whether their capital expenditure plans for infrastructure expansion are aligned with their current and anticipated raw water allocations? Further, are there ongoing or planned projects by your water boards to secure additional raw water sources beyond reliance on existing catchments? Chair, just in terms of municipalities at risk of water insecurity, beyond financial sustainability, water security remains a critical issue. Excluding non-payment related challenges, can each water board identify possibly the municipalities in their service area that they think are at the greatest risk of water insecurity purely from a supply and technical infrastructure perspective. There's a lot of engagement between municipalities and water boards, and they may have insight here, and particularly what specific technical constraints such as aging infrastructure, inadequate treatment capacity, or raw water limitations are the primary threats to stable water provision in these identified municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I start with Rand Water? Could they quickly just give us an indication on those three questions?
I will request the CE to respond. Thank you. But I think in terms of the presentation that we have submitted, that we are on track in terms of rolling out our infrastructure to meet the requirements of the demand that we have identified, but also that we, of course, our license is currently temporary based on the demand. We have also written to municipalities to indicate that they need to reduce their water demand as part of our intervention to ensure that the security of water. I will then also request the CE to expand in terms of how we relate the demand and the supply of water from the department and related to our expansion. If you can go into details on that. CE?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the first question from Honorable Moore around the alignment, yes, we do. As it were, late last year, we were having a discussion with the DG and our colleagues in the department to ensure that we do so, particularly with the issue of phase 2. And indeed, the addition of an additional infrastructure from our end is to ready ourselves to supply the increased demand by the municipalities going forward. So that alignment not only happens upstream, but downstream, where we get the orders from the municipalities and have a perfect understanding of our demand projections going forward, align that with our infrastructure capital program, and then obviously it's a big function of raw water availability from the Department of Water and Sanitation with regards to the surface water that we procure from them. So there is alignment on a continuous basis that is regulated by the license that is increased from time to time when there's a need, depending on the availability of water on the department side. So yes, we are aligned and there are continuous engagement, not only in the long term, but in the short term, from one season to another. But I think Honorable is making a very good point, which is part of our strategic goals going forward. We know as a country we are overly reliant on surface water. We have not exploited and explored to extend available the groundwater resources, really going deep into the aquifers that have got consistent yield without depleting them and recharging them properly. As a country, we have not explored the groundwater resource. So if you look at our growth strategy going forward, we're not only dependent and relying solely on the surface water from the dams that the department is building for us, so far as raw water is concerned, but groundwater exploitation. We have few projects lined up to augment the supply to, for example, in Etwatwa. We do not believe that it's wise to always be dependent on water from Lesotho if we can find localized resources, particularly groundwater. We also, in terms of additional raw water sources, we have various projects to reuse water from the wastewater treatment works for now to supply and drinking purposes. in Infuleni, where we're currently operating those plants. We are going to be reusing some of the water to supply those areas in that regard, to reduce dependency on surface water. In Midvaal local municipalities, we will be building additional reuse infrastructure there. We have identified few sites where, together with Midvaal local municipality, we will be reusing some of the wastewater going into their wastewater purification works to supply the industrial growth of Midvaal with water to again reduce dependence on surface water from the dams. In Midvaal, together with Erwart, we have identified various wastewater treatment works in there to do exactly that, to augment the demands for water in that regard, so that we have users that are not necessarily potable drinking water users to get water, such as industry. It's a highly industrial area. They don't necessarily, for industrial purpose, need clean, potable drinking water. We will be taking water from that end to supply those areas. Northern Works, Johannesburg Water, they are doing work there. We have a joint memorandum of understanding to also exploit wastewater. We do not believe it is wastewater. I think there's potential gold in terms of meeting the future demand. And the table also talked about climate change. We can build as many dams as you want. We can go into a serious drought that has not been planned. And what do you then do? You need to find other water sources. And this is part of our climate change resilient strategy to ensure that we have enough water going forward. Yes, I think just in terms of the last comment, our risk, Honorable Moore, in our view, if you look at, as I indicated expansively, and you will have noticed it in other water boards, that we are getting and putting a lot more water into the system, and it comes up with our top line and our bottom lines. For me, the real security threat for water supply, it's around issues of water conservation and demand management. And if you look at the municipalities that have been mentioned in the original presentation, that are grappling with that as they have the highest non-revenue water in the country. And Fulani, for example, that has book of 1.5 billion, they have the highest non-revenue at 70%. So I think for us to answer the last question, I believe that the intervention and working with them through SPVs and other models out there, the first point of call is to de-risk them from non-revenue water. So if you look at bulk municipalities or most municipalities that are really, really grappling, big and small, with water supply in their area, is that they do get a lot of water that goes in there. But what you see playing out in the media is water does not reach the far and high-lying areas in those areas, because over and above infrastructure challenges, they are losing a lot of water. And I think for us, that is the biggest risk. And all these interventions that have been put in place, ably led by the minister and the premiers, it's to really focus on that in terms of the IGR engagements that we have with all of them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the other water boards if you are in agreement with what was said by Rand Water? Then I don't think you need to speak on this, but if you would like to add on it, you're more than welcome. Amatola, would you like to concur, or would you like to add something? Or is it something different in your area?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, if with your indulgence, we'd just like to add just a little bit to say that we going concern, and this is why we want to comment, is it is a concern to us. We are currently in trouble. We are in the red, but that admission is driving us to take the necessary steps to get out of situation that we're in. The intention is that we want to get to a point of profitability where we'll have 3 years, 3 years surplus as a business. We also, and how are we going to achieve this very briefly, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, is that we have, together with the department and National Treasury and ISA, we applying for, and the presidency applying for a facility with the BFI of 5 billion, and this is going to help us expand our capacity, increase our volumes, while taking the unviable schemes and putting them into the bigger schemes. So we're going to reduce our schemes from 10 to 5 and use those 5 to be more viable, and that will give us a capacity of around 200 megaliters from 118 megaliters. We also want to take advantage of Buffalo City is a paying client. They pay reliably, and we want to try and use that relationship to expand the footprint in Buffalo City so that we get more paying. We increase our revenue through the resources that we get from them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Lepelle, is there something you would like to add?
Chair, I think we agree with the CEO of Rand Water. CEO, do you want to add something?
Just some minor. Chair, Honorable Chair, we fully agree with Rand Water in terms of the water security and the planning and the specific aspects in terms of how do we plan in terms of the supply security. And then we are financially sound, Chairperson, in terms of the short to medium term, that what we have presented. It is just that we, in terms of going forward, in terms of the number of projects that we do have, we have worked with the Department of Water and Sanitation in terms of the water users and in terms of the licenses that what they for the major projects here in the province, and specifically one of the aspects that what we are doing. There are 2 specifics that I want to mention, and that is for the Messina, where the department is working from the international relations side for the water security for Messina and those areas for Zimbabwe. That was a discussion that took place. And then what the Deputy Minister was then also the Olifants management model for the old water aspect from water supply security from the DeWitt Dam, that's from Magalies, Polokwane, and Capricorn districts and others. And we're also looking in terms of the future, in terms of how do we leverage from the good paying by some of our municipalities in terms of the capital market, specifically within the Olifants Ebenezer projects. But the others, we are there. There are some of the, just in conclusion, Chair, there are some of the systems that are stressed, and therefore the interbasin transfers, what I've mentioned, the Nandoni in particular to Nsami, that where we have done that, but also some of the other aspects, and what the Chairperson indicated earlier, the Flag Bushelo and all those other projects that we must make sure in terms of our water supply security. So yes, there are major challenge. There are some challenges, but we are also working very hard. And I can't concur more with the CEO of Rand Water. The biggest challenge that we're all facing in this country is that how do we bring the non-revenue water down, water losses? There's an average in this country, 44.7%. In some municipalities, it's way past 60%. And that is the biggest challenge also, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least, Magalies, you are one of the water boards that was indicated that your cash flow, you can run out of cash flow somewhere mid this year. Would you like to speak on that as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And once more, I observe your protocol in its entirety. Yes, indeed, we as the board, we are fully aware and very intentional about the putting viability as one of our top risks to mitigate. So we are doing all in our hands to make sure that we still are here up to the medium term and so. And the intervention by National Treasury and the ministry, which we highly appreciate. The minister has gone out of her way to intervene with respect to this escalating debt book issue. The intervention is working, and indeed we trust that now that we are putting the two municipalities, Ngaka Mudiri Mulema and Dr. Ruth Sokumutse Mompati, also on the list for March, we are going to see a difference. Our cash is definitely going to change. Within our footprint, Chairperson, we do have municipalities that are really struggling, and the engagements that we are keeping at our level as the board with the municipalities, but also the interventions that the minister is engaging in together with the premier and the MEC for Kokta is also working, and I don't doubt that we will in a medium to long term defeat this elephant in the room. Chair, I'm not sure whether the acting CEO would like to add, but that's my input. I also need to say that I do agree with the Group CE of Rainwater in terms of the observations that he has made. I however think that we need to strike a very good balance between underground water and surface water. We need to balance the two, because in our area a lot of our municipalities are relying on groundwater, and as a source on its own, it's here and there needs to be augmented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, are you satisfied with the response you received?
Thank you, Chairperson. And yes, I am. I think I just needed to double check, because I feel like there is an expectation that the water boards are somehow going to rescue failing municipalities with high non-revenue water by constantly expanding their infrastructure beyond which they can support with their water licenses. And I don't think that's a fair expectation, but I was very excited to hear about the projects happening, particularly reuse of water, which is only done a limited amount. I know the city of Tshwane does it, and I'm glad to hear that we're looking at that. As a water scarce country, I think these are the type of interventions we're going to desperately need, as well to hear that the entities are all more financially stable than we were potentially led to believe. I think all South Africans will be excited by that news. So thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think if we did not take action, or the department and National Treasury, it could have been a different situation in some of the water boards. The last person.
Chair, sorry.
Yes.
I mean to be rude. I meant to say, and thank you to the minister, the DG, the deputy ministers, because from what we are hearing, interventions have happened over the last few months, and clearly they have made an impact. More work needs to be done. So thank you. I needed to be said. I know you were saying it as well, but thank you to the minister and her team.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moore. They say there, do you clap hands for fishes that swim? But anyway, I acknowledge what you have said. I think there is a team from the minister and the DG and the water boards that are working together. Colleagues, the last person now to ask questions is a new member in our portfolio committee from the EFF, Magalies. I know her since the 5th Parliament. She was my colleague in the 5th Parliament. We worked very nice together. I know she's very passionate about the people on the ground, and she replaces Honourable Matlala, that has moved to another portfolio committee. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome her in this committee, and I know that we will work hand in glove in this committee. And I now give her the opportunity to ask the 3 questions. It's something different than you experienced maybe in other committees, but we deal with it on a one-on-one basis, Honorable Kola, that you ask the questions, we get the answers, and then we move on to the next member. The floor is yours, Honorable Kola.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, members. Naku Minister Naninong. Angas Nyangis, are you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Mina nje first number 1 engizo ngithi ukushaya khona. First ngizothi ngivumelane no Honorable Nxumalo and no Honorable Red. Although nginefiye kancane ke no Red ukuthi kanti before bekade kuyibhodi yakwaMngeni Water kanjalo nakumasipala, because inkinga esinazo it's not a first time now. Kodwa kubukeka sangathi ilokhuzana ibhodi iyahluleka ukulandela nokubheka umasipala ukuthi wenza kahle nomasipala akenzi kahle. Ngidluleke lapho. Ngivumelane futhi nayo Honorable Rates if ethi kuzofanele senza ama-oversight to make sure ukuthi wonke lumuntu okula kuleli committee, ngabe uminister, ngabe uchair, I know chair wena kwade ubalwela nawo abantu bayayibona lento esibonayo on the ground. Because for me myself, I'm not agree the presentation ekhulunywayo la regarding lento yamanzi, ngoba lana kumaphepha i-right kuyakhulumeka phansi akwenzeki. Mhlawumbe uzokhumbula ngemvume yakho Chair, if usikhuluma ngoLimpompo kuboGiyani koNandoni bekuzinkinga ezindala engakaze isolveke ezashiyeka zilenga. Nanku umbuzo wami oqala, uminister khona la iveza khona ukuthi lento yokungakhokhelwa kwamasipala izimali ezi-owa amanye ama-department like water, like education, like health, wabazama ukuthi atshele labo ukuthi abayikhokhele lezo mali babakhokhele. Kuyimanje njengoba ngikhuluma nganawe nje ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi uminister uyenzile any follow up to make sure ukuthi lezi njengoba ibatshela ukuthi abakhokhela umasipala kuze umasipala akwazi ukuqhubela ahambisa i-delivery kubantu phansi na. Njengokuthi nje yabona nje e-Ward 54 eThekwini under masipala waseThekwini kuboliwe amanzi awekho. Outwest amanzi awekho, boThongathi boPhoenix amanzi abanawo abantu. Bese kuzothi kune ikole lana eWard 54 service abantu abahluphekayo abahlala kuma ngathini eMjondolo abangenamanzi, ngokuthi amanzi akasasekho la abanayo imali ukuthi bakwazi ukubathenga amanzi. Iy'ngane lana ey'koleni azinawo amanzi njengoba amanzi engekho eWard 54. Kwaba nalento ukuthi amanzi akhona manikhala ngokuvandalazwa njalo mayibuya amanzi bayavandalaza. Engazi ukuthi nina yini ningenze enye indlela ukuthi amanzi angavandalazwa. Lezi iy'kole engikhuluma ngazo ikusasa lentsha, imbali yamaZulu, ubuhle bethu. Lezi iy'kole engikhuluma ngazo kuthiwa umasipala usevalile uthi ama-vaterkana angayi khona ngoba umnyango waka-education uba owa 150 million. Uhlulwa ngisho ukukhokha even noma ikota u-50 million. Lezi ngane lezi ikole engikhuluma ngazo nje ngisho ngenza manje oversight uzothola ukuthi oprincipal bathole kanzima. Okwesibili mangithi ngyavumelana ne-oversight, ayikho honorable chair into ebaluleke njengokuthi senze nje makuya kwi-oversight kungabi omasipala bazositshela ukuthi siyoyenza kuphi ngoba bana ubonile nangesikhathi before besithi mangabe siya ku-oversight basiyise endaweni lezi ezingcono not ezi-right but ezingcono bengafuni ukusiye la thina esazikhona ukuthi bazofika babone inkinga ophongolo mhlambe nibonile iy'moto bezistakile umgwaqo wonke uvutha awekho amanzi wonke lezi ndawo la amanzi la awekho honorable Nxumalo uyishaya esikhonkosini awekho amanzi and mina ngifuni lento kube sangathi thina la eSouth Africa sikwi-dry land la eSouth Africa thina amanzi sinawo and sinawo amadamu and umbuzo wami uthi umngeni noma la amanye amabhodi amanzi mabe bafakela laba bantu bayabakalela nifaka manje abuye ame na ngoba manje uthi uyezobetha amanzi edamini ashile abantu laba bonakala under ilembe amawada afethekayo uward 7 uward 8 uward 9 and uminister uyazazi zonke lento angibathi kade ngibona nomahlobo lapha etishalo akayibambi ingcingo zami kodwa uma ukhuluma nawe uyalalela mangabe nibonana ubuso nobuso labo bantu kuyimanje bagcina sebekhokha amanzi amavaterikani la fanele aye emphakathini amavater abantu badayisa amavaterikani badayisa 400 badayisa 500 bese kuthi lo muntu ohluphekileyo akanayo lo mali ngizobuyela lana honorable chair wami lana uminister kufuneka azi ukuthi labo DG nalabo DDG abalekeleli ngalutho la kulento ebizwa ngokuthi kuyiswa idingo zabantu noma ubafonela they not answer our phones kuba sangathi mhlawumbe ubafonela ngoba wena ufuna ucela ushukela noma ulambile bakhohle ukuthi sibafonela ngoba abantu banenkinga I wish one day ukuba konke kuyekwe le ndaba ukuthi sihlale ema-ofisi sikhuluma sidebate ngoba abanye bayafavor abanye bafavor ukuthi okay because mina ngikule political party ngiku-government angikwazi ukukhuluma izinto ngoba kuzofana ukuthi siluza amavoti akhohlwe ukuthi njengoba siyahola ngalaba bantu honorable chair wami nansi enye into kunenkinga yamatraki lamatraki ngisadila nje neTheku neLembe ngisazoya nalaba bakwezinye indawo lamatraki la eThekwini mina-ke ngiyathatha imoto ngihambe ngiyazenzela i-oversight futhi ngibabona abaphathi la eThekwini kunenkinga yamatraki akhathiwe abathi mase ngibuza akhathwe kanjani amatraki efanele angabahambile aqhubeke njalo ukufakela abantu amanzi bathi ngesikhathi beplan babengaplanalanga lezi ndawo lezi ezinamathephu ezinompompi so babevele beplanele lezi ndawo ezingenawo amathephu so manje bagcina sebe-affecteka kulento le yokuthi imali azikho ukuthi bafakele zonke lezi ndawo ngoba manje nathi sesigcine sonke labantu abebenompompi sefuna bangene khona umbuzo wami-ke uthi ungakhathofa kanjani iy'mpilo zabantu ngoba ukukhatha lawo matraki amavaterikani although bengasizi ngoba umuntu ohlala kude nomgwaqo nohlukhubazekile akamsizi kuthiwa kwenze njani akhathwa kanjani lawo matraki na yabona nje mangikhuluma no-ward 54 iwadi enkulu evast ngendlela esimangaliso engeke kwazi ukuthi kukhathwe amatraki yona ngiyacela uminister ngiyaphinda ngiyasho ngiyacela uminister alwe nomnyango waka-education ukhokhela umasipala amanzi ngoba iy'ngane esikoleni ifunda buhlungu oprincipal bafunda kambi kanjalo namaklinikhi kuneklinikhi ekhona la kasinayo futhi iya-owa ayifakelwa amanzi kuze kufuna uhambe uyoguqa ngedolo uyocela lana nje ey'koleni sebethe umuntu akamasipala ozothatha ama-truck ethi walethela lezi iy'kole lezi bazothatha impesheni yakhe. Yilento esisho ukuthi thina njengoba sila sihlalela abantu. Amawada afethekayo lapho ngifuna wazi. Ward 54, Ward 60, Ward 62 no 40. Nase-Palmview amanzi na e-Palmview nabo babe nasemi very nkinga ethi kibona abanganiwa futhi ama-truck. Ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi ukhona umuntu onelungelo lokuphuca omunye umuntu umphefumulo wakhe ngoba amanzi uphila ngawo. Kuyaziwa la kunabantu abadla amaphilisi, kuyaziwa la kunabantu abagezwayo. Angiphathi-ke eklinikhi. Eklinikhi amanzi kufanele abe khona, esikoleni kufuneka amanzi abe khona. Ezinye izinto engifuna ukuthi la kule babebhodi kufuneka bayilandele. 2 ngabe u-2 ngabe u-3. Ngibuyela straight lento le ye-vandalizing. Kade kwakukhulunywa ngokuvandalizwa kwe-infrastructure. Kusho ukuthi as a parliament sesithatha impesheni kukhulunywa ngale, ayikho enye indlela noma enye system ekufanele bayenze ukubheka ukuthi ibiyelekile i-security yakhona kuleyo ndawo ithatha. Kusho ukuthi ngelinye ilanga siyodla thina amanzi anopoison ngoba lezi ndawo lezi egcina amanzi aziqashela. Sengiyagcina-ke manje angifuna unihlupha kakhulu nize lithi nangumama Khawula. Honorable Chair, uzoremember ngithi 2016 or 2015 kuse uminister umhlonishwa uMankonyane wathi kunento ekhona noma umshini noma intoni ekhona ekwaziyo la i-office ukuhlala akubonakale lapha yani ukuthi ipipe endaweni ethize liyalikha before kuze ku-affecte abantu kusheshe kuthunyelwe kuyobhekwa kulelo kovalwa lo lithi leyo leak. Okunye engifuna ukukwazi yini eyenza ukuthi abantu mangabe sebetholakele ukuthi nampa abaganga abavandalaza singake sizwe ukuthi nampa baboshiwe. La kunaney'thombe enginazo engiyithonyelwa yilabantu buka Mama Khawula. Amanzi thina sazi ukuthi amanzi ayezo nampa abantu imoto yomuntu i-registration yasho udobani kodwa kuboshwa lutho. Yini inkinga na? Yilento yamathenda esakhuluma ngayo ngo-2020 ngo-2014 sifike eParliament ukuthi amathenda iwona lawa akudisturba i-infrastructure. Fanele izinto la-government. Yes, sengiyaqeda. I'm going to finish now.
Honorable
I'm
Khawula,
going to finish my darling.
Honorable Khawula, my apology. Can you conclude now, please?
Yes, my sweetheart.
Thank you.
Sathi into government akuyeke ukuthendarishwa ngezinto ezibucayi because lezi zinto kugcina labantu bengabucabangeli umphakathi bayicabangela bona. As government funa sibheke ukuthi yilokho okungayiswa kubantu lokho ngeke ngayiswa kubantu. Ngiyabonga ngibonga ukuba nani thank you very much. But ikuyokogiyani bonandoni isikhukhuni icule elidala nje ayikho lentuthuko ekhulunywa ngayo. This is kwenziwa nje ukuthi ukuhamba usuku ukuthi sifikele sa-present akubuyele kwi-oversight nalapho kungabi umase womasipala abazuthi sizovisitha lapha nalapha. Ngiyabonga Chair.
Thank you very much. Minister, it will be your privilege to answer the questions because I don't know what the answers. I don't know what the questions or was.
For how long when I'm said now?
Not a problem.
Why not
Minister,
learn my language?
I wish I could, ma'am, but I'm also getting old now. So I leave it to the minister now to answer where she can answer. Thank you.
Pay me every month, I will teach you Zulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Asikwamkele Mama Khawula nathi siyabonga ma. Honorable Chair, for the benefit of the committee members, I will mix the language. In welcoming Mama Khawula's input, I wish to clarify. Mama Khawula, ngicela ukuthi sihlukanisele. Ngizohlukanisela kanje ma. Ama-water board, our oversight umasipala. Ama-water board awakwazi awanayo imandate yoku-oversight abomasipala. Ngokwe-constitution, umgaqo-siseko lesinawo, thina nomasipala, abamasipala yibo abanikwe imandate yokunikezela abantu amanzi ukuthi amanzi aphume epompini. Thina sithatha amanzi emfuleni.
No, Chair, I was referring to you, not Goma Water Board. I know that.
Ngicela ungilinde, angithi sikulindile nawe wakhuluma. Asirane i-meeting kahle. Thina sithatha amanzi emfuleni siwase edamini. Afike edamini asuke edamini aye ku-water treatment plant. Ube uyaphela lapho umsebenzi ohlangane nathi yulo obizwa i-water resource, angenelele ama-water board, asize abomasipala ukuthi amanzi awaye kuma-reservoir, asuke kuma-reservoir abheke emapompini. So yi-role kamasipala leyo, akusiyona eyethu. Amanzi mawengaphumi emapompini, there are two reasons. There could be two reasons. I-reason yokuqala ingaba ukuthi i-bulk water supply ayikho from thina. Lapho ke ungasithatha usimise la ubuze ukuthi why ama-water plant wonke engenamanzi, why amadamu engenawo amanzi. The reason why we are building i-capacity, increasing i-capacity yamadamu ukuthi kube na more water, abe maningi amanzi khona ukuze thina sikwazi ukunikeza ama-water board amanzi. Ama-water board anikezele abomasipala. So kune-value chain la emanzini. Mase sikwenzile ke lokho ma. Okwesibili kungaba ukuthi amanzi awagcwali e-reservoir, awaphumi emapompini ngoba amanzi ahamba evuza yilama water leaks esikhuluma ngawo. Esikade sangena la e-departmentini sathi akuvalwa ama-leaks, akusiyawethu ama-leaks amaningi. Alapha njengokuthi usho ukuthi ujwayele ukuhamba ngemoto yakho, uma uhamba ngemoto udriver udlula amanzi egijima estradeni, and amanzi awamelanga kugijima estradeni. Ungabona amanzi egijima estradeni, ubone i-sanitation ilindle ligijima estradeni, kusho ukuthi kukhona la kuhamba khona wrong, ongahambi kahle. So nalapho ke thina ithi constitution mase kuhambe kwakubi kakhulu, funeka singenelele sinike i-support. Senzani ngale support? I-support esiyinikezayo yileyo ukuthi sakhe ama-water treatment plant, masiqeda kuwakha siwanikeze labo masipala ukuthi abanike abantu amanzi. Afandwa yithi lama-water treatment plant nge-Wisik nange-Riebeek. Okwesibili, ama-department kuyiqiniso lokungangikusho ukuthi ama-national department nama-entities wawo, provincial departments and their entities, they are owing municipalities. At the moment as I speak, municipalities are owing water boards 130 billion. They owe water boards and energy and electricity. But municipalities are owed 320 billion by departments, provincial departments, national departments, and the entities. Thina besuqhamukisa lokho ngoba sikhulumile nabo masipala, why ningabhadala ama-water board? Bathi abomasipala asiwabhadala ama-water board ngoba nathi asikhokhelwa ama-department. Okwami ukukhumbuza ama-department ukuthi hamba nokhokha, but abazo-accounta kimi ngokukhokha kwabo. Sakuthatha lokhu sakusa ku-National Treasury, abomasipala nabo babhalela ku-National Treasury. but i-National Treasury awu-ethe lama department as-owayo. Lama department angakhokheli enza sibe neyikweleti nathi. So akuzuku-implementwa yithi abayi-department yamanzi. U-National Treasury no-Cocta yibo kufanele ukuthi basiza abomasipala ukuthi ama-department a-owa abomasipala imali akhone ukuthi akhokhe. Ama-water tankering. Ama-water tankering ngokomthetho amele ukuthi ayi-intervention kwindawo la kuthe kwaba nenkinga yamanzi mhlawumbe la kungakafakelwa khona abopompi. Ngivumelana nawe ma ukuthi njengokuthi besisho lapha eParliament ukuthi le nkinga yama-water tankers now, especially mangabe umasipala akanawo akungawakhe ama-water tankers, kuyaphunywa kuyiwa amathenda. Kukhona a deliberate move of vandalizing the water infrastructure khona ukuze kutholakala amathenda. Lokho khona kuyiqiniso. Mase betholakele labo bantu okanye zabonwa imoto ezivandalizayo, akusiyithi ababopha abantu, yenye i-department amaphoyisa ofanele ukuthi athole imininingwane abophe. Thina asikwazi ukungena lapho. Thina asinawo ama-water tankers esiwanikeza abomasipala. Abomasipala bayazithengela ama-water tankers ukuthi baze balihlisa inamba yama-water tankers noma bayikhuphula. Akusiyi-responsibility yethu, ayikho phansi kwamandla wethu, iphansi kwamandla kamasipala. Le committee laka-Cocta, le committee laka-Cocta, i-portfolio committee ka-Cocta yiyo emele ukuthi ithi mayidlala i-oversight lezinto uma akazishoyo la uMakhawula zibe zikhulunywa yibo, bebiza abomasipala ukuthi nisebenza kanjani, beze nalama recommendation uma akakhuluma ngawo la. Ngoba ekugcineni ama-water tankers are very expensive, ayadura. Kunzima even nokuwa-controla, bawakwazi ukuwa-monitorisha. Ama-water tanker angathi ngifake 50,000 yama-liters today, but ubani okubonayo lokho okulandelayo abona ukuthi nangempela bakwazile ukufaka amanzi kanjalo. And ama-water tankers awamelanga ukuthi abe yi-permanent solution, amele ukuthi angenelele la kungakafakwa amapompi, but nakhona esesikubonile thina ngoba sisebenza ngamanzi ukuthi makuthe azongena kathathu ngeviki, thola ukuthi i-water tank ingena kayi-1 ngeviki, abantu baningi bangakhoni ukuthola amanzi. Okwama-delays athe enzeka koma Nandoni nakoma Giyane, uzokhumbula ukuthi lesikhathi wawusela kwi-department, usela kule portfolio committee, kunama-investigation ayenziwayo. Asekhona ama-investigation alapha kwi-SIU ukuthi-ke i-SIU ngoba inama-case amaningi nawethu agcwele lapha nawabanye abantu akhona laphaya, kuthatha isikhathi. Kodwa sithe thina akungamiswa ukuqhubekela phambili ukuthi ku-unlockwe lama-project ngoba SIU akenza umsebenzi wakhe mayeseqedile abopha abafanele ukuthi baboshwe. Savumelana naye ukuthi oboshwayo umele ukuthi aboshwe ajeziswe. Makufika ekuthini iy'kolo azinikwa amanzi namaklinikhi, ibuyela lapha kulokhu bengikusho kuqala mawami ukuthi thina akusiyithi abakhipha amanzi epompini, yi-responsibility kamasipala. And kamnandi konke lokho oza nakho la unama-facts ngoba bowuseva kwi-portfolio committee kwi-system ye-local government. So kakhulu le portfolio ka-local government yiyo emele ukuthi idlale i-role. Thina sihamba amandla wethu aphele singakwazi ukuthi seqele kumsebenzi wamanye ama-department. We can do as much as we can, but at a particular time, we must draw a line that our mandate ends here. It cannot go beyond. We don't instruct municipalities what to do because they are a sphere of government. We can advise, but where they failed to meet the norms and standards, where they failed to meet regulations, that is where we come in. So i-mandate yethu iyahluka kwi-mandate ka-COGTA. I-mandate yethu, it differs from the mandate of municipalities, but we give the water resource. That is why thina masi reporter. So report ukuthi senza le project nale nazi inkinga zale project. Sithi uma angwakhulumeli ama-water board. If kukhona la ahamba asale lemuva, kuhle ukuthi sibasize ukuthi bakhuphula amasokisi and bazama kona lokho, but sebesebenza nabo egcineni abakwazi kweqa badlula umasipala bathi sozifakela ngokwethu amanzi emapompini. Akuhambi kanjalo. Esikwenzayo manje ucengana nawo wonke ama-spheres ukuthi asihambe sonke. What I'm saying, Honorable Chair, as I close, is that we acknowledge the concerns by Mama Makaula. Unfortunately, most of the things that she has said here are not within our mandate. We can play our role up to a particular point and not go beyond that to respect the spheres of government and to avoid overreach. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm done, Chair.
Unmute, Chairperson.
My apology. Minister, thank you very much. As we all know, Honorable Makaula is a new member here, and we will have to first also have a meeting with her so that she could understand that we only deal with questions that emanates from the reports or the presentations made, but we all Honorable Member, give me an opportunity.
I can't understand from that.
Yeah, we will have to explain to you, Honorable Member. We appreciate the questions that you have asked the Minister, and we hope that the Minister has answered your questions. Honorable Members, it is 1:10. Our meeting normally concludes around 1 o'clock. Around 1 o'clock. Can I ask the member please to mute herself? Thank you. Colleagues, thank you for a very interesting meeting. A lot of questions being asked and answers being given. This is the beginning of the year, and we know that we will still find each other later in the year on oversight, and all members will get the oversight that they request that we go on. But for now, thank you very much to the Minister, to the DG, the Deputy Ministers, and all the members of the water boards, our colleagues that asked the questions and others that did not ask the questions. But thank you very much for attending this meeting. And I now wish to conclude the business of this day. Thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Chair,
Bye.
thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Thank you, water boards.
Thank you.
Welcome to our colleague.
I will tell you, Honorable Amatola.
Welcome,